Recording in progress.
Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Birmingham City Commission Special Workshop on Monday, August 11th, 2025 at 6 p.m. here in the Municipal Building at 151 Martin Street. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Trees-Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerich.
Here.
Commissioner Hayes.
Here.
Commissioner Holmes.
Here.
Commissioner Long.
Here.
Commissioner Shaver.
Here. Thank you. So we are here this evening because at our May 5th meeting, I asked the Commission to consider moving discussion of the Senior and Community Center project and the consideration of putting a potential bond on the ballot for the August election to a future date. Our approved motion read to have a conversation about this project at a future commission meeting and to table the final design and discussion of the proposed bond until we have that discussion. And at that meeting, we discussed bringing it back as a workshop. For good governance, we want to make sure that everyone in the public can transparently hear from us and we can hear from them on the options in front of us on the idea of putting a bond on the ballot. Tonight's workshop is the last possible date to discuss putting the bond language on the ballot with a full commission present prior to the county deadline to approve ballot language, which is tomorrow. We did not have a full commission available. We had 2 members absent in July, so we didn't do it in July. But we wanted to make sure that we did not just let the clock run out on this issue, because if we took no action prior to tomorrow's deadline, it would have had the effect of making a decision without public input, and that is not the way this commission works. The motion for bond language is on our regular meeting agenda following this workshop should the commission want to take any action on that motion. Although it seems somewhat clear that with the loss of the federal earmark we had been expecting, the other capital needs in the city, and the current economic climate, the commission has concerns about moving forward with any multi-million-dollar bond request, even on the November ballot. I also want to make clear, in response to many of the letters that we have received, that the city is not making business decisions for the YMCA. The YMCA made the decision on their own to leave Birmingham and to put the 400 East Lincoln building up for sale because they could not maintain it. It is a very expensive old building, and post-COVID, their business model was affected, COVID and post-COVID. At our January 5th, 2023 meeting, the Commission unanimously approved the memorandum of agreement with Next to purchase the building and to proceed with transitioning the use of the building from the YMCA to Next. The MOU is a completed document and an executed agreement. We have a senior millage that was approved to support needed upgrades to the building to move Next in. But when the city began looking at renovating or replacing the building, and Mr. Parrish Underwood returned as the director of the YMCA, they stated that they wanted to find a way to maintain services in Birmingham. The YMCA recently proposed option 2, which is in our packet tonight, as a substantial renovation rather than a new building, as a alternative that would cost somewhat less. The City Commission wants to make everyone understand that we hear the people who support Next, and we hear the people who value the programs and services that the YMCA provides. We understand about the importance of maintaining low-cost access to fitness, recreation, and the pool from many of you, and we saw the potential for this project to be transformational. We spent a great deal of time vetting designs, getting costs. However, many things happened since we started that process, such as the loss of the federal earmark. We had expecting that would have covered what we thought were going to be a third of the building construction costs, and the changes in economic conditions, tariffs, and our other priorities for infrastructure improvement. So We are here to talk about, to reprise the three options that we have, to hear from the community, and to hear other ideas. This is not a decision-making meeting, but it is an opportunity for everyone, and we're delighted to see such a full house. We've never had so many people in the 2 years we've been talking about this, to hear from you about your thoughts. The only decision the commission needs to make tonight at the full meeting is whether to vote to put the $38 million, I think it is, bond issue on the November ballot, and that will happen as a regular business item in the next meeting. There are no votes or actions taken at this workshop. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Ecker.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. I have a very brief presentation for everyone, just to reiterate where we're at. And I think, Mayor Long, you just did an outstanding job of highlighting my first slide. If you could switch it, Melissa. Which is just to give a background on how we arrived at where we are today. So I won't go through all of this, but as you all heard, we had a plan, the Y sold us the building. We had a plan for the senior millage to move next into the building under the MOU. The Y came back and said, hey, we really want to be a part of this. And so we spent the last year and a half talking about a new building that we could work both agencies into. We got the numbers back. They were very high. We put this on pause. It was tabled temporarily. And so now today we have three options for you. The first one is the one that we had been talking about for quite some time, and the commission had, during the discussions, got it down. I think this was option 1D1, got it down to the proposal, if we were to do a new building, that we would like to see. It was a 47,260 square foot building. Inside the building was a public walking track. There were some park improvements included. There was community use of multi-purpose rooms, community gym time, community pool time. There would be a new pool, a new gymnasium, and then the costs came back, as the mayor pointed out, at $36.1 million. In that number, you mentioned a higher number, because if we are going to bond for it, there is a cost of doing the bond issue. This was the number that came back. It was substantially higher than what we had estimated a year prior with all of the economic changes. So again, as you mentioned, Mayor Long, this would require a vote of the people. That's why we're here talking, because if you do, the commission does want to move forward with a vote of the people in November. At the November election, that language is due to the county by tomorrow. That's not to say it couldn't be on a future election, but for the November one, that's the deadline. This one could be completed by May 31st of 2027, which is the date that Next has to be out of their current home at Midvale School. Option 2 is new to all, pretty much. As you recall, the Y had come forward and had mentioned on several occasions that they really wanted to make this work. They came and reached out to us and said, hey, we've had our people working on some things. Maybe we can get, after they heard what the commission said on May the 5th, that the costs are too high, there's changing economic conditions. They went to their table on their own. We didn't direct them to or ask them to, on their own, to see if they could come up with something else that would make more, that using their people and their suppliers and their pricing, to see if there was something that could make this work that the commission would be interested in. So that's what they did. So that's what's up here tonight. Essentially, this was to talk about using the existing building. Could we lower the costs by using the existing building, renovating it, and adding some expansion area? So it would do some upgrades, as I said. In here, it would be the existing pool, but there'd be some updated mechanicals. It would be the existing gym. There would be an updated roof and an updated HVAC. Heating and cooling system throughout the building, but the existing pool would not be ADA compliant. It did not recommend, or did not include prices for putting sprinkler system throughout the building and other things like that. It was the bare bones requirement to get it up and running for both Next and the YMCA. What you see in this drawing is the Y essentially considering using the lower level, and Next contemplating using the second level. This was shared by the Y with Next as a potential option. I understood it was discussed at one of their board meetings. It's not necessarily the direction that Next wants to go, but they did see it. In this particular option, if you see the second drawing over, there's an orange area, there's the green rooms, and then there's an orange area. And essentially what that does is it puts a ramp into the building instead of the high cost of elevators, for example. So what this proposal came in at, according to the YMCA, remember it was put together by their people using their specifications, their suppliers. This has not been vetted by the city. This just came in, their estimate is $27.5 million. So it's lower than the 36.1. It's still significantly high. We have not had our people, remember we hired the construction manager and the owner's representative. They have seen this drawing, but until this discussion to see if there's any legs for the commission to want to go down this option, go down this particular path, we have not spent time or money with them vetting these costs. So we don't know if the costs are in the ballpark or not, but according to the wise people, they think it is. This would still require a bond vote of the people. So if this is something that you wanted to look at, it probably would not be something you would want to put in for a November bond vote because we haven't vetted these numbers. So this is brand new. Okay. First of all, it's a concept drawing, remember, similar to what Nora did a year ago, and you know how much that can change between concept and schematic design drawings. So this, if you were interested in pursuing it, probably wouldn't be advisable to go until we have vetted and done a schematic design and vetted all the costs to find out how much it would be, if you're interested. If you're not, then we can rule it out tonight, not at this meeting. But again, as the mayor mentioned, the only thing on the actual agenda will be, do you want to provide any bond language to the county to put it on the ballot for the November election? The only one really that would be ready to do that would be the first option, because we have had all of our experts vet it, and those are our final schematic designs and final costs, should you wish to proceed. Option 3 is updating the existing building pursuant to the memorandum of understanding. Now you'll see this is kind of a rough drawing. So we have had some people in pro bono talking to us along with our owner's representative to walk through and see what at a very minimal what are the minimum things that could be changed to this building to allow Next to move into the building and use this space? The original MOU talked about Next using 3/4 of the building and the Y using 1/4. This particular option, though, in order to get it within the $3 to $3.5 million raised by the senior millage that was approved by the voters, would only allow us to put work and money and time into the first floor of the building. Because if you recall, there's a second floor mezzanine type space. There's also the basement floor. We would literally have to shut off the basement level, shut off the second floor level. There's no accessibility to those. There's issues within the floors with steps and things. It would include shutting down the pool. It would, as was always envisioned in the MOU, in terms of the Y, that would leave them with approximately about 15,000 square feet. So for the Y, 1/4 of that would be pretty small, and I think that it's probably a little bit smaller than what they would need in order to operate any type of significant branch here. That being said, so this would renovate the first floor. It would convert some of the existing spaces into multi-purpose rooms. Next would move into the building. It would address all the ADA accessibility issues. It would be a repaired or new roof. We would use the existing heating and cooling, which is already, on its last legs, but we would then be focusing it all into just the first floor, and it would take away the heating and cooling requirements for the pool and the humidity in the basement and the second floor. So it would make the existing equipment last a little bit longer, hopefully. This would allow, if Next was in there, they're generally in there Monday to Friday until early evening. maybe 7, 8 o'clock at the latest. And then it would allow for some community use of the building in the evenings through the week and on the weekend. Of course, with this particular scenario, Next would not be there, the Y would not be there potentially, so we would have to hire staff to staff it during those hours if you were interested in pursuing that. This could also be completed by the May 31st deadline to get Next in, and it would involve some basic remodeling throughout, so upgrading a little bit of the finishes and paint and this kind of thing, in addition to the basic minimum ADA requirements. So that's kind of where we're at. I didn't make this a very long presentation because I know the commission wanted to talk about this and you're eager to hear from the public. But as the mayor pointed out, for the purposes of tonight, when we get to the regular meeting, the real question at that meeting is, do you want to proceed with option 1 and send it to a vote of the people in November, yes or no? Otherwise, we just want to have discussion and feedback and figure out if any of these are the routes that you would want to go and kind of focus our direction moving forward.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ecker. Do we want to open it up for commission discussion? And then we'll have public comment. We'll leave lots of time for public comment. So, Commissioner Long.
I've been a big proponent of this. I served on the ad hoc committee along with a lot of others, basically for a year, 2 to 3 hours every Wednesday. I've gone on record and said before that I think the city of Birmingham can do better by its citizens. I think that having them operate out of the wing of the elementary school or middle school that they're operating out of is not appropriate long term. No knock or no intent to knock the Birmingham schools for allowing them to be there. I think that was incredibly awesome of them. I was in favor of where we were going and what path we were on until such time as the cost came back. If any of you were redoing a house and the cost came back at 25% more than what you budgeted, you might pause as well. We are elected here not only to make the decisions on behalf of the citizens of Birmingham that's in their best interest, but it's also a fiduciary responsibility to make decisions that are financially responsible. And going forward with a project where the costs went up 22+% over what we had thought it was going to be was extremely troubling. We are in an economic climate where costs have skyrocketed, where contractors are not bidding on projects. They're worried that they're going to get put out of business if they bid on a project and then they end up getting stuck in it. We're seeing that with some of our roadways, where the cost for roadways from last year versus this year, we're only getting 2 or 3 bidders for the projects. They just don't know what's going to happen, and they don't want to put themselves in a position where their company is going to go under because they bid on a project and they missed the mark. We have 3 options here, and I got to say I don't like any of them, and I'll tell you why I don't like any of them. The first option, because it's too expensive, and we have a lot of other things in the city that we need to take care of, including the building we're sitting in and the streets that we drive on. We also have seniors that we need to take care of. Option number 2 is so close to option number 1 with a building that is going to be a noose around our neck going forward. That building was not rehabbed by the YMCA for a reason. They sold it for a reason. That building is going to cost an extraordinary amount of money. I think it's on the level of $500,000+ a year to operate right now. The new building would be less than that. I also want to go on record to say that I've heard from a lot of people saying that we are underwriting the YMCA. Why are we bailing them out? We are taking advantage of their programming. Nobody in the world does it better. If we want to serve our citizens and we went out to do the programming that they already do, the cost would be extraordinary. It would be a very heavy lift. Nobody was bailing out the YMCA. That was not the thought process. But option number 2 still gives us a building that is going to be extraordinarily expensive to maintain. It is going to eat the city alive in costs. The boiler went. The spans above the pool need replacing. This needs replacing. That needs replacing. We did a study on this, and the cost to carry this building was extraordinary. If we're going to spend $28 million, we might as well build a new building and spend the extra money that's going to serve us for 50 years, well after I'm gone. But is it financially responsible to do that right now? I don't know what the cost is going to be if we pause, say, 5 years from now. We all have houses. They've all gone up in value. You know why they're going up in value? Because the cost to replace them is extraordinary right now. The cost for construction has gone through the roof. Tariffs, the uncertainty of our economic climate, we just don't know. Are we going into a recession? Are we not? Are we going to have people that are going to work on this, that are going to bid super high numbers just so they have a safe level of comfort that when they're going to do their job, that they're going to not go under because they bid too less? So option number 2 for me is rehabbing in a building right now that is going to be expensive to repair down the road. Option number 3 gives a home for next, but you're closing off 2/3 of the building, or the top level and the bottom level. Well, what do you think is going to happen to that over time? They're just going to be frozen in time and nothing's going to happen to those buildings? They're not going to leak? They're not going to have other problems? It's the same problem with rehabbing the building. There is not a good answer right now. That's why we paused. But at the same time, it makes me very unhappy that we're not servicing our citizens better than we should be. It makes me very unhappy that we have the possibility of the YMCA leaving after, I don't know, 80 years? 100 years? Thank you. So that's what I'm wrestling with. I know that everybody else is wrestling with it as well. But we are trying to do the right thing here. And I would love to be able to wave a magic wand and have the pricing be closer for a new building to serve the community and to serve our seniors. But $36, $38 million, 22.5% higher than where we started before we got the pricing in. I'd like to hear from the rest of the commissioners, and I'd love to eventually hear from the community. I got to say, I've been here for 2 years. I've never seen every seat in this place full, and people standing up. I think maybe when we brought in some new police officers, I think that we had a pretty full room with families. So I love it. I think it's great. Thank you for being involved. I do think that we have an amazing community, and I think we have an amazing commission that wants, and an amazing city staff that want to do the right thing here. I just am at a loss as what that is right now. So with that, I'll turn it over to some other comments.
Commissioner Emery.
I'll just say, I also sat in the ad hoc committee for a long time, lots of meetings. We thought about it at length. I don't want to spend too much time here. I just want to echo exactly what Commissioner Long just said. I will say everything almost verbatim for what you just said. So I'd like to hear from the public more than me saying the exact same thing Commissioner Long just said. That's it.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes, very well said. I think Commissioner Long spoke for a lot of the concerns that we've had along the way for this project. I will say I have been a strong proponent of the opportunity that we had in front of us, and I think with every opportunity there comes a cost at some point, and I think maybe we've come to that point. And one of my favorite books from when I was a kid is If You Give a Mouse a Cookie. So if any of you is familiar with that book, it's one thing begets another begets another. And, you know, what we started off on this journey was to find a new home for Next. That was how this building was purchased. The YMCA put it up willingly for sale, and now we found ourselves somewhere else. And so I think we're at the point now where we need to hit the reset button. We need to reconsider where we started, where we've been, and what's been presented to us. But I don't think any one of us is compelled to ask the community to spend $38 million or $27 million on this project. And so we're at the point where we need to revisit things, and I'd love to hear everyone's feelings about it, but I agree.
Commissioner Host, Commissioner Haig?
No, I'd just soon hear from the public.
Commissioner Muller? All right, just a couple points of clarification, Commissioner Long. The $500,000 operating cost was with the pool. It would be less without the pool. And just being mindful of the fact that City Manager Tom Marcus, when he returned for the 2.5 years he was here, spent the entirety of that time trying to find a location for Next in advance of the BPS deadline, and found nothing in our little landlocked community. Other commissioners have worked with real estate agents. There is not another suitable building location at this point in time. I think one thing that we could consider is if we, proceed with honoring the MOU, that does not have to be a permanent solution. It may be a solution that gets Next into the building for some period of time, and then perhaps when other earmarks become available, if the economy settles down, if major donors could be located. I mean, this does not have to be the end and only solution, because I agree with Commissioner Long that I don't think that the city, wants to continue owning that building in its condition in perpetuity. We will need to do something to it eventually, but so it is certainly a conundrum. So if there's no other commissioner comment, we will open the public comment. We ask you, there are so many people here, we ask you to come up, state your name and address. Hold your comments, please, to 3 minutes. If you want to agree with somebody else just said, you can say, I agree with X, Y, and Z, and you don't have to repeat it in full. And everyone should speak once before anyone tries to get up for a second time. So you can come to both microphones, Commissioner Host.
Is it possible that we could bring in some chairs for these people that are standing?
I think Nick tried, but
Yeah, but how about in a half hour?
So people can sit and watch in there as well.
Okay, so if Commissioner Host, Clerk Bingham has said that the conference rooms next door are being set up with the Vimeo TV screen for anyone who would like to go in there and sit down and watch. Will they be able to speak from there using?
They would come in here for public comment, but at least
Then they could go back and sit down.
When it's time.
So anyone who wants to watch from the conference rooms, which are just the next 2 doors down the hallway this way, is welcome to do that. There's some tables and chairs in there. So with that, you can come to either microphone, and we begin public comment. Again, thank you all for being here.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sheila Bryce. I live at 1587 Fairway. My husband, John Bryce, who's on Zoom, and thank you for the transparency, always providing options since this whole process began of having the minutes available and Zoom access. We appreciate that. So we have lived in Birmingham since 1976. After 41 years on North Lawn, we decided that we wanted to age in place in Birmingham. So we looked for a ranch, and we found Mr. C. Holmes Retirement Ranch, and we've been happy there for 8 years. Our primary determination when we did pros and cons about where to live in Birmingham, we wanted it to be walkable to the public library, to our schools, to the parks and downtown, and have good parking, which Birmingham does offer. We have closely followed this whole senior process since June 2023 and the purchase of 400 Lincoln. We voted for the 3-year senior millage in November of 2023. But somehow this plan fluctuated or deviated from what was originally presented. And now it seems to offer less space to Next than they're already navigating. We who go to Next frequently for programs in fitness can attest that the maximum use of space is there, and it's in crunch. We are grateful to Birmingham Schools, who provided a home for Basque and for Next for so many decades. We appreciate all the time City and the Next staff and the ad hoc committee have devoted to exploring these options. But by May 2027, we have to be out of Midville. So we support option 3, and the board from Next moved to move forward with option 3 into East Lincoln. We look forward to a renovated senior center that will continue to empower Birmingham with endless opportunities for lifelong learning, socialization, so we can remain engaged citizens in our home and neighborhood. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Randall, 1220 Saxon Drive, Birmingham. First of all, I'd like to address Mayor Long's comment on the landlock in Birmingham. As I'm watching multi-resident units being built all over the city like crazy, so I don't agree with the landlock thing, but that's just a side comment. So I do support Next services. They do add value, and I'm surprised and pleased with the showing here. But I will tell you, in my 12, 14, 15 years of going to Next, I don't see it crunched in there. I don't see it being utilized. But, it could be the timing, but, that's just my opinion, and it could be my alone opinion. But anyway, I see people there, but I don't see it crowded. But I do know when there's special events, those rooms get overcrowded. And so we could use some more larger gathering spaces. And I know we would love extra amenities like pools and gyms and or a pool and a gym and larger gathering rooms and that sort of thing. So the Y seemed to open that up, but now it seems that for cost it's going to be taken away. But I understood that this was going to be a new senior center. But now we're talking senior center and community and senior center and community in the Y. And it just is growing, which proves to me that is there too much space for just Next to manage cost-wise and utilize that? I don't know. And why can't we do something like we did with the library, where you have a staged improvement? Just get in there and make the Y agree to what they first agreed to and live by that and be out of there soon. I think community and Y and senior needs are totally, somewhat different. There might be some overlap, but I think there's some difference there. And I think the seniors need specific amenities, specific space, specific considerations that the community at large may or may not need. And then again, when you're opening that up, who's paying for that? Is it just Birmingham, but everybody's using it? That's not right in my book. One other thing to consider, and I hate to say this because I'm part of the baby boomer generation that's aging, but you have the silent generation and the baby boomer generation, and we're aging out, but we still want a place where we're comfortable. And then you have the Gen X, and they're digital and face-to-face. We're all face-to-face communication. We love that community and being somewhere where we can face-to-face with people and meet new friends and gather. But the Gen X generation, I'm seeing, I just did a study on this for our neighborhood association because we're trying to figure out how to get more people at our events. They don't all like the same events. They're just not going to. They're half face-to-face, half digital. And then beyond that, they're digital. So have you thought about the future beyond that? So that it may not even be utilized as you had hoped. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jenny Cohen. I'm at 656 Ruffner.
I'm going to be honest, I am not old enough to be a part of the next community, so I'm not taking advantage of the senior services. But I am in that neighborhood. I'm a block away from the YMCA. And it's been really disappointing, actually, being that close to the YMCA. I was a member at one point, and I left because that building is not a great building in its current state for the YMCA. The YMCA has not taken care of it. It's not kept it up to date. The front has not have curb appeal. The asphalt parking lot is falling apart. The interior is not great either. And so if we're moving the senior center in there, I think it's really important that we stick with this idea of making sure we renovate it for ADA and making sure we have that bond. I was one of the people who voted in favor of the bond for the next senior center to update that. And I think it will be really important for our community, specifically for that neighborhood and the St. James area, to have that next community center there. My problem is with some of the other plans, with option 1 and option 2. We've been talking about the YMCA being a part of this. They decided they wanted to come back, and I don't know the exact timeline, but it seems like they decided they wanted to come back after the city, the members of this city approved the bond to upgrade the thing. But in both those, option 1, option 2, where we have to pay $37 million or $26 million with a bond, there is zero money coming from the YMCA from what I understand. And I don't think that's right if we're going to be doing something like that. I would love to have the option 1 in our neighborhood with a walking path indoors in the winter and having that extra gym and a nice new gym. But at $36 million with the YMCA contributing nothing is not feasible. Also, in my own understanding of Next, the Next Center serves Franklin, Bingham Farms, Beverly Hills, in addition to Birmingham. And none of those 3 areas are going to be putting up their own bond to pay for the renovations for this. And I don't think it's right that the city of Birmingham is going to have all of our residents paying for it and nobody else. Not only because of residents like me who has a young family, but also for seniors who are living here who would have that added to their property taxes, maybe when they're retired and on a fixed income. And finally, I was wondering, when we talked about the pool getting shut down, there are pools in this area that are member pools. I belong to Forest Hills Community Pool. There's a waiting list for that, and it's only open in the summer. And so one of the things that I have not noticed is, have you talked about maybe opening the pool up for all residents and charging, let's say, a fee so that not only can Next use it, but for other residents could use it throughout the year? It's not saying the whole center would be used by community, but maybe something like just raising a little bit of money for something like the pool. So I think my option, in listening to Mr. Long, was let's go with the third option. Let's go with what we plan to do. And then maybe in the future, when the economy gets better, things change, we can move to the idea of perhaps adding on to it or adding, updating it, or maybe even having a nice community gym within our area. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Thomas Rady. I live in Beverly Hills, but grew up in Corton Lake. And I wanted to thank Commissioner Long for what he said about the very good services that the Y presents. And it relates to something I wanted to speak about the pool and activities there. I'm kind of a newcomer to the pool and the Y. I went there as a kid, but then I got a call from a friend of mine that I grew up with who lived in Corton Lake, if I could help his father. His father was 94 years old at the time, and could I take him to the Y to swimming? And I said, okay, we'll try it. And he loved it. He couldn't drive anymore, and he was so excited because he met all sorts of new people and hadn't gotten out of the house in a while. And meeting new people, there was a whole new experience for him, and he got in so much better shape. He used a walker but could do laps and things, but it's seemed to him he's an example of what other seniors and people who weren't getting out as much would provide a really good service for them, because it's changed his whole life. Like in January when it would be snowing, he'd be waiting for me in the driveway with his walker. He was so excited to get out and see his friends at the Y and the really great staff there who do a great job. So please, whatever program we pick or thing, please have the Y, have a pool at the Y. Thank you.
My name is Mike Clift. I live at 723 Oakland Avenue in Birmingham. I'm a Y member and a Next member. Starting off, we were looking for a new building for Next. Well, I agree, that's how we started. but some things don't continue on how they started. We're somewhere else now. I think the community has indicated an interest in looking at it with a cleaner slate. I think the city can do better. Another quote I heard here today. I think they can do better, not just for Next, but for the community at large when it comes to recreation facilities. Other area communities, which I imagine also have competing infrastructure needs, seem to be able to afford bonds for senior and community centers. Two of them recently passed in the 30 million plus range, Oak Park and Waterford Township. I think we can do that too. I just don't see why it's a bridge too far for us. I went to high school here 50 plus years ago, moved back 4 years ago, and frankly, I'm kind of disappointed now that I find myself researching other communities so I can find some publicly accessible fitness facilities. Backers of the community center concept are seen by some as a special interest group. They said we hijacked the process. I don't see myself as a member of a special interest group. I'm interested in fitness programs. I have lots of company, not just the seniors that Tom spoke about, but also juvenile and adult swim lessons, working age people doing lap swimming all day long, the competitive teams, which I have BBD, I know no longer competitively affiliated with YMCA, but still could use it as a practice facility. These people are no more special interests than golfers on city courses or tennis players or park users, et cetera. We're just interested in some recreation facilities. I guess I just didn't think it would be so tough here. I think keeping a community center co-located with Next or having one co-located with Next is a good idea. When your joints no longer stand up to other forms of exercise, aquatics, and I'm a pool guy, aquatics are a great fit. It's not a big priority for Next at the moment, and I agree that they haven't had a pool. It wouldn't be a priority for them. They like pickleball. Well, they have pickleballs. They know that. They understand that. They're familiar with it. But I think they would become a supporter of having a facility co-located with a pool. It's great exercise for seniors. The YMCA returned to the project, to the idea without a capital contribution is a sticking point for some. Well, there isn't a capital contribution. They were upfront about that. What do they bring to the table? They run things and they pay expenses. The agreement was that they would pay a big chunk of operating expenses. Okay. And I think that operating expenses is going to be a big deal. And I think Next in a building like that one, as old as that one is, without other partners, I don't know. I don't see how they do it.
Thank you.
I'm getting the hook, I know. And
You are. Time's up. Thank you. Okay.
Hi, I'm Susie.
And could we avoid clapping? Thank you.
I'm Susie Vestovich, 920 Purdy. I don't know if anybody has gone to Rochester's OPC. I'm sure you have. That is amazing. And I saw it years ago, maybe 7, 8 years ago, and I mean, it's absolutely flat out amazing. And we have an affluent community, and we have little junky things. And that's really not, it's a slap in the face to Birmingham. I have a very tiny house in Birmingham, but I know there are people who have $4 million houses with 2 people in them. So I don't understand, and maybe you could break it out for me, what the value per person would be to do a very nice job, and maybe it's not so horrible. As far as some of these plans where you put the seniors on the top without an elevator, how does that work? They're the ones that need to be on the first level. And so they're kind of getting screwed. It's getting into this kind of condensed little space. We need the pool. That's a specialty thing. That's luxury. That's what we need. So to remove that sounds, again, wrong. Sounds like anti-competing with the beautiful OPC up in Rochester. And lastly, as far as cost, if all these other communities are using it, maybe have them just do a fee. I mean, you use it, do an extra fee. Or also lower the age limit of what the seniors are to get more people in the community to use it, but still stay on the senior end, maybe 40s and above. I don't know. But I think that there should be a solution
that's a little bit more elegant for our community. And we have a great location to do it. So,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mary Sims, 1486 Dorchester. This has been an interesting meeting. I appreciate the information being shared, and I can see where there's some real problems in trying to, in today's current situation, trying to come up with money for the future, and how long and how much and what kind of a situation do we want. I've been a long-term member of the Y, my husband and I, avid pool users. And there aren't many places close by where, especially in the wintertime, you get that. When we moved here 37 years ago, we would be able to go to the school pools at the Barnum and use their swim pools. We'll use their swimming pools. I'm wondering if that might be a suggestion that could be used, using the existing pools in our middle schools and high schools. And, extend hours, extend people. Maybe that could be a bridge while we maybe working on a program and thinking for the future that, yes, maybe we can do something, start from scratch and make it wonderful. But maybe that would be a way to serve people in our community. And I think it would be worth checking out. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Dave Underdown. I've lived in Birmingham since 1946. We lived in the Baldwin House when we first came to Birmingham. And Next has been looking for a home for a long time, for easily 5 years, and there are not a lot of options. And I am very sad that we're at this position in our community. And I think Anthony Long expressed our situation very well. I support the way Sheila presented tonight. And my wife came from Bloomington, Indiana, and they were fortunate, and we are fortunate. They had a man by the name of Bill Cook in their town, and he wanted to reignite the Bloomington area, and he paid for the Y in Bloomington. So I think we have to move forward at this point, but somebody mentioned it's not the end of the road, and I would hope that we could find somebody that could help make it happen in Birmingham, some of our members. I don't want to start naming them, but I have a couple that I know. And I want to thank the commission for all the work they do, and I know it's a tough job, one I certainly would never have taken on, let alone be able to handle it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underdown.
Can move it down? Judy Martin, 7479 Cathedral. Commissioner Long, you did a phenomenal job. You know, I've been to a lot of the Wednesday meetings, and it was a great summation. But I just want to tell you about today for 1 minute. I went to Next, and a woman walked in. I was going to be playing Pinochle, but we ended up playing Mexican Train Starting. A woman walked up, new, and she said, "Oh, can I watch you? Are they playing Maj?" My other friends are playing Maj, and a lot of times I go in and play Maj after Pinochle. Then another woman came over. I just got today. It just happened. Another woman came over and said, "I played Pinochle, 10 years ago." And we said, "Okay, fine. Sit, watch us and relearn it." And the second hand, somebody sat behind her and helped her play. That's what people do at Next. I don't know how to say it. It's just a wonderful place for seniors. It really is. Then what I wanted to say, the lady who said about OPC, yeah, Rochester, I've been there. They've got a wonderful pool. A lot of little kids running around. A lot of older men sitting, I shouldn't say a lot. There's maybe 8 older men that sit and play cards right in the atrium there. There's very little for seniors there. I played Maj there. It's not anything like Next at all for seniors. I guess I have a question. You've mentioned the word MOU. and I'm not sure what that means. And I'm also had a question about the $500,000 that Next did something in this project.
MOU means Memorandum of Understanding. That is the legal agreement between the city and Next that we executed in 2023. And Next has contributed $500,000 towards the $2 million purchase of the YMCA. They've also contributed a $250,000 grant that they got from Oakland County, which paid for many of the initial engineering
diagrams.
studies and so forth.
Okay, so in the MOU, does it mention YMCA, other than the sale of the building, but does it mention their usage in that MOU?
Yes, it does. The city manager reprised that they would be able to use 25% of the building until June of 2026.
Okay, thank you. Those were my questions, and thank you. And honestly, that was a real good summation. Thank you.
Thank you. Two heavyweights.
He's good. He's better looking than I am. Good evening, Parrish Underwood, President and CEO of YMCA of Metropolitan Detroit. I'm going to do two things which are really, really rare for me. One, I wrote a script, and two, I'm going to stick to my script in that regard. So first, I would like to express my deep respect and appreciation for Birmingham Next and the important role it plays in serving our city's older adult population. The YMCA has also had the privilege of serving the Birmingham community for over 70 years, and we know firsthand how vital it is for all residents across generations to have access to programs, facilities, and support that enrich their lives. I want to be clear, despite what anyone may feel, at no point has it been the YMCA's intention to be a disruptive force to Next plans or to diminish the critical work they do. Quite the opposite. From the beginning, we believe that a partnership between our two organizations could create something exceptional, combining the YMCA's broad capacity and resources with Next's deep expertise in serving older adults. Together, we envisioned a place where the entire community could thrive. At every point of challenge in this process, the YMCA has sought to offer solutions and not roadblocks. For example, when the community voiced concerns about losing a pool, we offered to operate it, taking on both the risk and the responsibility as well as the operational cost. When we were unable to bring capital funding for the build-out, and there's been a lot of talk about our inability to bring cash to the mix, we proposed covering the annual operating expenses for all occupants, including the YMCA, an investment that could easily surpass $10 million over the lifespan of whatever agreement we came up with, a minimum of being 20 years or more. And when planning discussions paused and momentum stalled, we used our resources to create an alternative renovation concept that reduced project costs by nearly $10 million. And while that plan received a very lukewarm reception, our only intent was to demonstrate that there may be creative ways forward and also to not sit on our hands while we endured this pause. In each of these moments, our motivation has been the same, to find common ground and workable solutions for all parties. That said, in our experience, partnerships and collaborations work best when the relationships between all involved entities are strong and intact. Despite the best intentions and efforts of everyone, and I do mean everyone, we simply have not gotten there. This is not about fault or blame. Heck, if it is, blame me. I'm the one who returned to town and became this disruptive entity who wanted to continue to serve the community. It is simply the reality of where we find ourselves today. Of course, when we sold the building to the city, we understood the city's priority was to secure a home for Next. And so as we look ahead, the YMCA will devote our energy and resources to identifying new ways to serve the residents of Birmingham away from 400 East Lincoln. I don't know what that looks like in terms of time and resources, but our mission and commitment to this community remains unwavering as it always has been. So we'll explore innovative opportunities to ensure Birmingham families continue to have access to programs and services they have come to expect from the YMCA. Finally, I want to thank sincerely the Commission and the city staff for the time, energy, and thoughtful consideration you have given the YMCA throughout this process. I also need to acknowledge the board members from the Birmingham board who are in the office, and I need to lift up our executive director, Kelly Stubbe, who served both on the ad hoc steering committee and also has been here from day one, enduring it all, trying to make a way out of no way. We know these conversations have been complex, and we're truly grateful for your willingness to listen, engage, and consider how the why might continue serving Birmingham. Your efforts don't go unnoticed, and we deeply value your commitment to the community we all care so much about.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Chair?
Dan Scher, 1040 Gordon Lane. My comments are my own. They have nothing to do with the...
Can't hear you.
The microphone.
Turn the microphone. There you go.
Dan Scher, 1040 Gordon Lane. These are my personal comments. I am the chair of the ad hoc committee, but these are not the comments of the ad hoc committee. I think the city finds itself at a moment of unique opportunity that comes along once in a very great while. You have the problems that Commissioner Long talked about. You have a variety of constraints and a variety of opportunities. There is strong community support for a pool. There is strong community support for community access for fitness, for other uses. There is strong community support for a senior center. You have a variety of constraints. Your site is constrained in terms of its size. Your building is constrained because, frankly, one of the things that the report from NOR endorsed by the ad hoc committee showed is that putting money into that building now is a Band-Aid, not a solution. So whatever you put in, understand that it's not for the long term. You have operational problems, either with the building as it is now or with the building as it might be reconfigured. You have time constraints because Next needs to be out by May of '27. And once Next is in, subsequent remodeling of that building or rebuilding of that building is going to make it very difficult to keep Next on site. So all of that is very difficult. I understand it. I'm sorry about it. And I really don't have in these 3 minutes time to address the resource questions, but I'd be happy to do that at a later time. But what I will say is that I urge the commission to take a good, long, hard look at what you're willing to go to the public with in terms of a dollar amount. Because I think one of the things that I have personally seen coming out of the ad hoc meetings is there's a lot of community support for doing something. Everybody's sense of how much is too much is different. And I think the community should have an opportunity to vote on a bond to do something better than what we have, to take advantage of this unusual opportunity. And I would think that you can look at, and I'm sure the ad hoc committee and the professionals will be happy to help, something akin to a lesser expensive option than the $37 million option and come up with something. Obviously, it's not going to happen in November, but there's time to do it. I fear that if you simply say, you know what, we can't cope with this, let's just rehab the building as it is now, put a Band-Aid on it, that we will have missed an opportunity to provide the broader community with the things that it needs and the things that would make this town better than it is today, not just for tomorrow, but for 30, 40, 50, and more years forward. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bert Kosek, 2441 Dorchester. I agree with your comments. I'm going to try to keep this simple. If we're going to have a pool, this thing's going to cost $30 million or $40 million or $37 or whatever. It comes at a big price tag. And we'll have the Y probably as a partner. So that's one path to go. By the way, I've been in the construction industry for 40 years. Other than a bad recession, I've never seen prices come down. There's always been a COVID, there's always been a strike, there's always been something. So I don't see this price tag ever coming down in any substantial way that would tip the way we think about this. We've spent probably over $500,000 in a year and a half of time to get to where we are today. Please, please, please never do option C. It makes no sense, and I think the drawing's reflective of it. Like, who did that drawing? You've had professionals do all this other stuff, and it's scribbles with a red pen on a floor plan, $3 million is never going to fix that building. And if you're going to mothball half that building, it's senseless. Much of the mechanical systems to run that whole building are in that part. You're not going to mothball it. You're going to put a lock on it, put a sign and say, stay out, and don't inhale because there's environmental issues and all kinds of stuff. You can't ignore that. You spent $500,000 with some really good consultants that have told you that. Listen to them. I think there's an alternative that needs to be studied, and it'll take some time. But if the pool goes away, and frankly, I wouldn't join the Y. It's just not my thing. So I'm kind of apprehensive to subsidize them, even if I get a discount, because if I don't become a member, I don't get the discount. So, and I don't want to subsidize Lifetime Fitness or LA Fitness or whatever. That's a separate entity. I will subsidize the library, the city hall, the park. Next, I believe that's an obligation, and I feel good about doing that. And if we build a building, it can be a community center for all, because Next uses it sort of part-time. So one of the options I think that should be considered, and I've explored this, is build a building for Next and the community. And you can save a pad out there, so when the Y comes with money or somebody else, they can be our neighbor. They can be a part of this. But it's the chessboard has changed. It's made it very complicated, very expensive. I'm even concerned if you build option 1 or 2, the complexity of how this gets managed and who does what. And things change. So keep it simple. You can build a 1-story building that'll function really well for Next and for our community. It can be done for far less money. My math shows you could probably do it for $18 million. You have 3, so you got 15. Move forward with that, but it hasn't been studied. It's one of the options that's very simple, probably where we started before Y came back, and I think it needs to be explored. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chrissy Barrett, 915 Harmon Street. I'm probably going to get tarred and feathered when I leave here tonight. But I think, as this whole thing came about literally overnight, and no one knew about it. April 3rd, there was a workshop to talk about the police station renovation in the city hall. It was $27 million. And then the same meeting, you moved into ad hoc aging in place committee. This was April 3rd. And then April 24th, you had a closed meeting session to discuss the purchase of real property. On May 22nd, you had a closed session to discuss the purchase of real property. And then on June 5th, the first time the public heard about it, all the contracts were signed. At that meeting, there was a resolution to approve and execute the purchase agreement for the Y, resolution to approve and execute the memo of understanding by the city and Next, resolution to submit a senior millage for .33 on the November ballot. So there was never an opportunity for the community to say, hey, this is where I want you to spend my money. I have great respect for the work that Next does. It's a great asset, but let's be honest, 70% of the members live somewhere else and they don't pay our taxes. That really bothers me. I'm tired of every time they want something new, you come to the property owners. I have a household of 4, and we'll say it's it's a high-price household. I'm no longer going to no more use a park with 4 people in my house as some people with 4 people in a 1,000-square-foot house somewhere else. But yet, anytime the city wants something, they come to the property owners because it's an easy grab. And it's not fair. You're pricing young families out of the city. You're pricing senior citizens out of the city. And you can't buy. I mean, you can't downsize because then you got to pay capital gains on your house if you've been in it for 30 years. You can't buy anything for what you paid in the first place. But there has to be other solutions to this. I don't think it's been studied fairly. I don't think it's been studied intently. There's never been dialogue between the city commission and the citizens. People get up here and speak and speak and speak, and there's never questions asked. There's never a response back. I'm not willing to write a letter. I hate writing letters, but I will go door to door and knock. One of the things that needs to be considered is, and I believe that there needs to be a next. It doesn't have to be in Birmingham. It doesn't have to be at 400 East Lincoln. They should have bought the old Bed Bath & Beyond. 4 communities together could have done that, 42,000 square feet. It would have been a beautiful, I mean, I would have supported that. I supported the senior millage, by the way. But some of the things you've failed to look at is, do you realize that in 12 years, the last of the baby boomers will be 75 years old? Currently in Birmingham, 18% are 65 and older, because that's what I consider the state and county and federal government considers a senior. 18% are seniors. 81% are 64 or less. In 2050, what that means is for seniors in Birmingham, you'll have 585 additional seniors, and half of those will be 85. So whatever you're planning for, it needs to be planned for the 81% that are not seniors and the bulk of the seniors that are going to be 85. And I'm not sure some of the amenities you're planning for, like pickleball, is really going to be a thing.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public comment in the room? Okay.
Racklin Hoff, 211 East Merrill. First of all, what I heard, I want to thank Parrish Underwood for what he said tonight, because I think that that really offers some clarity. He said that the Y will look elsewhere to serve, or look in some other capacity to serve the Birmingham residents. And I want to go back to when the building was sold and the intent of purchasing this building. The intent was for Next and for a senior facility. And many of the people who spoke are very supportive of the Y, as I am, and I've used the facilities at the Y. But the time for the Y to talk about the future of the Y was before they sold their building. If they sold their building, why did they sell their building? They sold it because they couldn't maintain it. Too much money had to be invested in it, and they sold it, and the city bought it fair and square. We paid for it, and we bought it with a particular intent. And what concerns me very much is that this has been discussed and discussed and discussed for 2 years with no action. And what we have to do is move forward. And since I sat in your seats for 20 years, I know that there are decisions like this that are not easy. These are not easy decisions. You're not going to please all the people all the time. But what's important is to make a decision and to move forward. Based on what I saw, I personally would favor the third solution. I agree very much with what Mayor Long said. It doesn't have to be forever. This could be phased in. This could be a home for Next to begin with, and then see what the future holds. So that's my opinion. But I think that the Y and Parrish's comments tonight certainly take you off the hook for accommodating the pool and accommodating the Y. The memo of understanding stated that the Y would have a certain percentage, and that, I think, is doable. Okay, that's my comments. Thank you.
Good evening, George Dogard, 1619 Fairway, 8 years on the City Commission, 5 years on the Planning Board. A couple of things. One, I think it's a mistake by the City Commission not to put the bond issue on the November ballot. The general public has not seen the drawing, schematic design, exterior or interior, developed by Newman Smith. The public just doesn't know. And as far as the cost, I know a lot of commissioners like to bail on the cost, but as I've mentioned at other meetings, when you break down the cost, the $36 million, last December, it was going to be $212 per household per year to pay off the bond. Currently, it's down to $196 a year. That's not a lot of money for all the benefits the city would have. Given that it seems like there's not going to be a vote, I support the third option, the MOU, between the city and Next. Only the first floor really should be renovated, $2-3 million, and it should be very clear from the get-go that this is just a short-term step along the way. Eventually, this building, hopefully within 3-4 years, is torn down, and a new, modern, functional building will be constructed for the seniors in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, it is 7:12 PM. We have until 7:30, so I would encourage people to kind of, if there's a lot of comments left, to move it along. And if you're online and you wish to make a comment, please use the raise your hand function so I can call on you. So, sir.
My name is Donald Blunderks. I live at 31450 Nottingham in Franklin. I am the treasurer of Next, a volunteer. A very simple point. Next is strong financially. It has no debt. It has positive cash flow annually. It has strong leadership with its only 2 permanent full-time employees. It has an endowment of about $3 million. And it already has contributed somewhere between $500,000 and $750,000 towards the MOU and towards what I would call option 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Chris Braun. I'm the director of Next, and I've also lived in Birmingham and have for about 30 years or so. I'm not going to repeat everything that Racky, for instance, I completely agree with, and many of the other people, but there does seem to be a misnomer that other people are using Next facilities and not paying into it. The genesis of Next came out of the Birmingham schools, which is why we're there and have been for almost 50 years now. And because it came out of the schools, it encapsulated the parameters of the school district. So that's why we serve Bingham, Franklin, and Beverly. And ever since our inception, those 3 communities have paid into the operating cost of our facility and our buildings. So they're not taking advantage of Birmingham taxpayers. We are not going directly to the taxpayers for improvement. We have discussed many times that that municipal contribution will need to be increased. We've already had those conversations with each municipality. We're just now waiting to put in an exact number based on what we're building. So I did want to make sure that people in the audience realize that this is not going to be shouldered strictly by Birmingham residents. The other communities will contribute, as they have, and have already pledged to increase their contributions. So other than that, I just want to reiterate our appreciation for the hard work you're doing. It's not an ideal situation where we are, and I get that. But over the 50 years, we've grown exponentially, and that we will continue to grow. And the seniors, as you know, are a valued part of the community, and they are right now not getting the same amount of resources other people, other residents of the community are getting, and we hear that over and over again. So we'd like to rectify that situation by hopefully going through with the MOU and phasing in, a place where we can call home. And keep in mind, Midvale is the same age as this building, so we're used to that. We like cozy, we like comfortable. So I don't have anything else to add. Like I said, I appreciate Racky's comments. I would verbatim go with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcia Wilkinson, current president of Next, and I just want to confirm, I know Mayor Long brought this up, but our board did vote to support that the commission follow through with honoring the memo of understanding for Next. We do respect all the concerns there are about wanting a pool, et cetera. But we feel at this point that it's important that the city confirm their commitment to the memo of understanding and move forward with that. I think there have been some different ideas thrown around about it not being a permanent thing, that there are other options in the future for Next as far as at that facility. But we do expect that but we do hope that you will continue in your commitment to honoring that memo of understanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Linda Barclay.
I live at 22225 Village Pines Drive in Beverly Hills. I used to live in Birmingham, so I'm well aware of what a beautiful city it is. I just want to make one point. I support option 3, and I think that could be accomplished in different ways, and that's the point that was raised over here by the gentleman. I can't remember his name, but I remember him from the ad hoc committee, and the mayor, that you can do things in a phased fashion, even if you had a one-story small part of that facility now for next that has the capacity to add it on. Your architects have talked about that. At least I've heard them talk about it. So I certainly don't want us to get into an either-or box that's totally separated into two options like that. I also want to advocate for people who need canes, and I do, and people who need elevators, and ramps do not work. Trust me, you still have to go down, and that's a problem. I have advocated consistently through this process at the ad hoc committee for the needs of people who have disabilities, and that's extremely important to me and to a number of folks at Next. Judy made the comment about socialization. I have seen incredible transformative experiences over the last 2 to 3 years with people joining and being involved and what happens to them in their social lives. You're a city who supports aging in place, and Next makes a significant contribution. Don't make us into a space that is impossible for us to use, please.
Thank you.
Frederick Sims, 1486 Dorchester. I've been an environmental consultant for several decades. Indoor air inhalation can be a problem, especially when you have closed rooms down at lower levels. You should, before you do anything about option 3, you should have a thorough indoor air and inspection of that property. I do not recommend option 3.
Thank you.
Am I the last speaker? Good evening.
You could be.
Gordon Rensler, 959 Oakland. You guys have seen me many times. I've been pushing this rope up the hill for senior services for about 12 years.
Speak louder.
For about 12 years now, I've been pushing the rope up the hill, trying to get permanent home for senior services. And first of all, I want to say, I understand what Racky's point was. This is the hardest kind of decision you have to make. You've had hours and hours of investment of people's time, your time. We spent a lot of money, and we've got to a point where it just doesn't spell mother. So I want to thank you all, and especially the committee members and everybody who spent a lot of time. And it's not wasted time. It's time helping us move forward to whatever the next step will be. So I view this thing not as the end of the road, as many people have said, but as a step along the way. Next needs a home. Next needs a home quickly because of the school system demands. East Lincoln will serve that purpose indefinitely, but it's not the permanent solution. And one of Birmingham's fortes is that when we do make a move, we spend a lot of time planning it. So I would look at this thing as a break. We solve the immediate short-term problem, and then you start a process to really address the community's needs for either fitness facilities or pools, and let that run itself out through the Parks and Rec's master planning process and the other planning processes that we have worked so well in the past to get to these decisions. So again, thank everybody. I'm supporting option 3 as I'll call it interim, but indefinite solution. And hopefully you'll move forward tonight at the next meeting. Thank you again.
Thank you. So one last comment. Again, if you're online, use the raise your hand function, and then we'll bring it back to the commission for closing comments.
Thank you. I'm Paul Reagan. I live here in Birmingham for a couple of decades or so. I'm not here to eulogize the building. I've been there. I love that building. I've made a lot of friends there. I'm there at least 3 times a week. I have to admit, I don't see a lot of faces in this room that are familiar to me from that building.
What building?
400 Lincoln. I should have said the board's here. And, you know, I want to say some nice things about the why, because without the why, none of this would be possible. The why is showing up with something that no one's really giving full recognition to, and that is operating money. That pool cannot be operated without the why. That building cannot be paid for without the why. The why has come forward, perhaps opportunistically, but out of that abyss, when that building really was going to go down, the why stepped forward and said, yeah, maybe we can come back. It wasn't they sold it because it was inoperable. They needed the money to build a new one. It was choices that they made. You know, I'm tired of listening to the why get faulted for motives that they never had. We should be thanking them, and it's too bad. It's sad that the why is now speaking as though they have no other choice but to leave Birmingham. It's a shame.
Thank you. We have one comment online, and this will be the last comment. Mr. Bloom.
Hello, good evening, everyone. There have been a lot of really good comments today from a lot of different people, and I do like the comments that Commissioner Long started out with at the beginning. Is there another option like we did with the Parks Pond? Could we just put, say, $10 million of funds TBD for a senior center potential next Y, and then work on a plan that's modular, a phased approach like we did with the library? There's enough money to start something. We don't have to commit to something, but there's funding to at least get started. And then the other piece of this is, if we're going to do this, we really do need to go out to the other communities that are utilizing Next and make sure that they're paying their fair share. We should not be putting this all on the burden of Birmingham taxpayers.
Thank you. So now we bring it back to the commission for any closing comments. We have 6 minutes left before we adjourn, and we have our next meeting. Commissioner Haig.
Lots of good things, and it'll give you an idea how much this is, the importance of this by the number of former city commissioners that have either stood up and spoken or have sent us written communication. It's been an unusually large number of those people that have weighed in on this. So I think that gives everybody a sense of scale here. Some very good points made by everybody. Some of the wording, very interesting, like Mr. Scher with the unique opportunity. I think you're absolutely right with that phrasing. The question is, can we capitalize on unique opportunities when they happen? Not necessarily every time. The YMCA, Mr. Underwood, I think you've done a fantastic job. You've been very gracious. You've worked extremely hard, and kind of to the point Mr. Bloom made and others have made, we wouldn't even have had the opportunity if the YMCA hadn't had a business decision in front of them. They wouldn't have sold the building. So that's the only reason that we sit here, because otherwise this wouldn't be here. We wouldn't have spent time on it. We wouldn't have looked at this. We'd still be looking for a new home. So I think we need to think about other people's business decisions, but we've got to look at what's ours. What do we actually manage? Other people's decisions, they're theirs. We wouldn't even be here if, say, the Daxton or the Townsend decided they suddenly wanted to close their building and leave. It's a business decision. We're making one for ourselves as well. I think one other thing I'd just like to say is I'm not quite sure where the perception was that option C was not on the table. Option C was always on the table. I think that's, I'm very puzzled by some of the comments I've seen from written stuff about. We're hesitant. No, it's an agreement. It's in writing. It's got everybody's signatures on it. The attorney's nodding. She drafted it. She signed it. It was always there. I'm at a loss as to why the thought was it wasn't. Next always had a home. We managed that. It was just what were we going to do? But I also like very much what I'm going to say 3 former city commissioners just stood up and talked about it, and there's a fourth one I'm thinking of that sent us an email. They said all the same thing. Go for option C. It's what Next actually put in writing to say they wish to do it. It's right here. Next always had a home. I think everybody needs to remember that. It's always been the plan to provide senior services, to support Next by the City of Birmingham. You want it? We agreed to it. I got no problem with that. That's why we're here. So I just wanted to remind a few points here and say it's almost like a storm in a teacup. There was always a home. As soon as we bought the building, there was a home. It was available. We did it for senior support. So, okay. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Commissioner Host, do you have any?
No.
Commissioner Fowler, anything?
Not at this time.
All right. Well, then I will just express our deep appreciation to all of you for coming out, for sharing your thoughts, for being passionate for whatever solution you support. We certainly understand and value all the points of view that were shared here tonight, and we thank you all for your time. And with that, we are adjourned, and we will reconvene in 3 or 4 minutes. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission today, August 11, 2025, at 7:36 p.m. at 151 Martin Street. If you'll please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Long?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Here.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Here.
Commissioner Haig?
Here.
Commissioner Host?
Here.
Mr. Anthony Long?
Here.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Here. Thank you. We move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmation, administration of oaths, introduction of guests, and announcements. We have no announcements this evening. We have two appointments. We have an applicant for the Housing Board of Appeals to be a regular member to serve the remainder of a 3-year term expiring May 4, 2028, and that is Ms. Susan Shackett. You please come to the microphone and name and address and why you are interested in serving.
Hi, I'm Susan Shackett. I live at 870 Purdy Street, and I have time. I'm a licensed residential builder. I've built in the city of Birmingham. I do not currently build. I'm also an interior designer, and I figured I saw that there was an opening, and I thought maybe it would be something that I could offer my services for.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions for Ms. Shackett? No. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'd like to nominate Susan Shackett to be appointed as a regular member to the Housing Board of Appeals to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire May 4th, 2028.
Thank you.
Support.
We have no other nominations, so all in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Congratulations, and if you please stay until we do the next appointment, the clerk will swear you in.
Thank you.
We also have an applicant to the Historic District Study Committee to serve as a regular member for the remainder of a 3-year term to expire June 25, 2028, and that is Mr. Ron Burnt. Mr. Burnt, thank you. You get to do a little extra work. So besides your name and address, you noted in your application that you are not a City of Birmingham resident. The Historic District Study Committee Code of Ordinances allows a non-resident to serve, and I'm going to quote, city residency is not required if an expert on a potential historic district topic is not available among city residents. So we would need you to explain what potential historic district topic you have expertise in and why you'd like to join this board. So.
Okay. Let's see. Well, first, Ron Barrett, 2182 Lost Tree Way, Bloomfield Township. And I've been involved in, basically the family lot out at Greenwood and some other things at Greenwood. And a former cemetery board member had encouraged me to talk to the clerk about, hey, we think that you can be on the cemetery board now. Well, no, you can't. And when I got the response back from the clerk, there was also but there is this committee that is looking for someone. And my degree is in secondary education with history and political anthropology majors, even though I work as an electrical engineering subject matter expert on electric vehicle safety. Yeah, mouthful, indeed. So family's been around Birmingham since 1927 when my grandparents came here. My grandfather was the first music teacher in the Birmingham schools and the only one for 20 years. Yes, anniversary coming up in 2027. 75th anniversary of the museum put on a pretty good display, so we'll see what happens for the 100th. And I also happen to hold a builder's license. I've had an interest in architecture for a long time, and particularly historic architecture. So long familiarity with the community, its history. I was involved in the Barton House project, if you're familiar with that move, with Preservation Bloomfield. And this seemed like something, as I'm getting ready to retire, that I might be able to find an activity that would be mutually beneficial. So that's why I'm here.
All right, do any commissioners have any questions? So, per the city attorney, since you are the only applicant and you have demonstrated that you have some historic expertise, we could consider your application if any of the commission members are interested in making a motion.
I am. I'd like to make a motion that Ron Burnt be appointed as a regular member to the Historic District Study Committee and to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire June 25th, 2028.
All in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, and Ms. Bingham will swear you and Ms. Shackett in.
Over there.
Yes, other side of the room.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to secure and maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction and control, and to perform the duties of the office of Housing Board of Appeals and Historic District Studies Committee according to the best of my ability. Susan, I have you right here.
No.
Just sign right there. And then I'm gonna do some signing for you. Put it right fast enough, but you're just gonna sign in front. You're up.
Congratulations to both of you, and thank you for your willingness to serve the city. We now move to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. If you would like to come to the microphone and state your name and address and make a brief remarks about any matters that are not on this evening's agenda.
Hi, good evening, David Bloom. I do have a public comment to make about something that is on the city manager's report. So my question is, would you like to hear it now, or would you like to wait until then?
There is no city manager's report this evening.
Okay, then I will make my public comment now. There was something online that was posted in the city newsletter. There was a note, I believe, that our city manager had written into a response to a question that I had asked the city commission several weeks ago about whether the library has been threatened by the city. And the response was, and it was a very nice response, that no, the library is not being threatened, and since the library has decided to go independent, that there is an ongoing collaborative and friendly discussion between city staff and the library about working on such a contract. I am here tonight to respectfully suggest that that portrayal of the situation with the library is not entirely accurate. One of the reasons that triggered the library's interest in going independent and asserting its independence is there had been a long-standing contract or agreement, as far as I understand, for the city to charge $104,000 a year to the library for administrative services, payrolls, and things like that. And the city then had notified the library that that would be going up to, I think, $219,000. That was something that the library had questioned, challenged, and did not agree to. So at the last library board meeting, if I'm correct in what I am aware of, it was publicly discussed that the city has begun withholding amounts to increased amounts to cover that $219,000 without the library's consent. I guess a smart lawyer, but I'm not a lawyer, could consider that conversion of property, i.e. holding money ransom, holding money hostage, without the library's consent. Now, it's a valid negotiation tactic, but do we want to be doing that? And if that's exactly if that's what's going on, is that how we want the relationship between the city and the library to work? And I would say that that is not being at least if I was in the library, I would not view that as being collaboratory, conciliatory, friendly, or any type of cooperative negotiation. It looks like bullying to me, but hey, that's just me. And it's up to the city commission to look into that and see if that's how they would like things to continue to be conducted between the city and the library. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment, either in the room or online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none, so we will move to the consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless the commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Any commissioners wish to pull any items from the consent agenda? Do any members of the public wish to withdraw an item from the consent agenda, either in the room or online using the raise your hand function? I see none, so could we have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda as set forth in the agenda tonight. Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comment on the motion? Any comment on the motion from the public? Ms. Bingham, a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Hope?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Mayor Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Thank you. We have no city managers report this evening, so we'll move to the first item of unfinished business, which is the public hearing for 479 South Old Woodward. Before we begin, I would like to reprise some remarks made by Chairman Klein, because some of the letters we have received indicate some confusion about what happened at the last planning board meeting. So this project, as it is being constructed, was fully approved by the planning board in 2023. It is a fully entitled and fully permitted project. It is being built, as we call, by rights for the allowed 5 stories in the D4 district. The project was approved for 1 story of retail, 2 stories of office, and 2 stories of residential. They subsequently received a variance from the BZA for 11 parking spaces, and we're going to accommodate the rest of the spaces they needed on site. So the project, as it is being built, is not being asked for a change in height or footprint. What was requested from the planning board and what is on the agenda in front of us this evening is a modification of the interior uses of the building to 2 stories of retail, 2 stories of office, and 1 story of residential, which changes the required parking amount, hence their request for a variance. So with that, I hope helpful explainer, I am going to open the public hearing at 7:49 p.m. and turn it over to Mr. Dupuy.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Long. So before I begin, you all saw on your stations here a request we received from the development team, submitted Friday the 8th, requesting adjournment to September 8th, 2025. Before I pass it back to you, just as a friendly correction, perhaps, I think the technical term, if you were to choose a date certain of September 8th, would be postponement. So if you were to want to do that, I request that you use the word postpone to September 8th instead of adjourn to September 8th. Open to discussion at this point about that request.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Would the applicant like to make any remarks?
Thank you. My name is Ethan Holtz. I'm counsel for the applicant. We recently attended the Planning Commission Planning Board meeting. We heard many of the public comments on it. Since that time, we've had a chance to evaluate a lot of the city's position and the public's commission. We feel we need some time to sharpen our pencils, make another effort at this, and come back with a proposal we think will work and help alleviate some of the expressed concerns and put our very best foot forward. And we request 30 days to do that.
Thank you. All right, so under the process of a public hearing, if there are no more comments by staff or by the applicant, we now will open the proceedings to questions or comments from the public. So if you are a member of the public and you would like to comment on this project, what is the withdrawn request for the variance or the request for postponement, please come to the microphone and state your name and address and make your 3-minute comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm actually going to change my comments to focus on the request for postponement as opposed to my comments specific to the request to support the planning board's decision to deny the SLUP and amendments. Candidly, this development
Could you
has
give your name and address,
I'm so
please?
sorry. I'm Kate McNevin. I'm at Birmingham Place, and I'm in Unit 518.
Thank you.
No problem. Sorry about that. I had it at the top of my other comments. I had to pivot. So my comment is my strong opposition to postponing this until September. This development has a pattern of seeking delays, variances, continuances, both at the planning board meeting. This has a 5-year history that is deeply troubling of requesting modifications, postponements, changes after the initial approval that you outlined, Mayor. This applicant has time and time again been denied parking variances by the Planning Board of Zoning Appeals in 2022 and multiple denials by the planning or changes by the planning board, yet continues to find ways to avoid meeting the basic public parking requirements that this building requires. It is not our responsibility as residents of Birmingham Place and in Birmingham to solve his parking problems. And all of this is unnecessarily delaying the fundamental problems, which frankly will just continue to remain unresolved. We are here today as residents of Birmingham and Birmingham Place to say, let's proceed and have a discussion on this matter. Further postponements will not help what is a fundamental parking issue on this building. And if this developer thinks that further postponements are going to stop the residents of Birmingham Place for showing up and making sure our voices are heard, we will not stop. We will not stop. If it means showing up every 2 weeks, we will do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, no clapping. Thank you. We have.
I'm sorry. I think it's super important that we clarify one point, Mayor. There's reference that this is about a variance. This request is not about a variance. This is about a request to have a special land use permit under the ordinance, which would allow a discretionary waiver of certain parking requirements, which is very different than a variance. I just wanted to make sure the record is clear on that.
Yeah, I understand that. But I mean, the SLUP that's being asked for is the equivalent of 110 spot variance or SLUP or gap or whatever you want to call it. I mean, we're residents, we're not lawyers, but 110 parking spots, that shouldn't require postponement. That should require action from this city commission tonight to say no.
Do we have any other public comment this evening?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sam McKnight. I am one of 142 resident owners at Birmingham Place. And I dare say that I think I recognize almost everybody in this room who is also an owner at Birmingham Place. And I dare say that there's not a single resident at Birmingham Place that would get up here and support another postponement or adjournment, or who would support the waiver of parking requirements that 479 South Old Woodward seeks. I think Birmingham Place is at least one of the largest ownership concentrations of housing concentrations in Birmingham. And by my count, I think this is the 5th meeting we've been to trying to get closure on this issue. I just want to speak first to the postponement and simultaneously to the merits. The planning board listed, I think, 8 by count findings of fact that supported the denial of the request for a parking variance. And I think all 8 were accurate, but I do think they were one short. Birmingham Place in the last several years has taken 2 real hits, real financial injuries from the building next door. The first, of course, is it's an 80-foot building which obliterates the view and the value of about 20 to 25 condominium units and owners. And the second is that the Planning Commission put a median in front of the entrance to our building so that people coming off on southbound Woodward cannot enter into the main entrance to our building. Those are both financial blows. Now, we're looking at one more. One more. And so my 9th finding of fact, my 9th one is enough is enough. Please stop it. Thank you.
Do we have other public comment, either in the room or online using the raise your hand function? All right. Seeing no additional public comment, I'm going to close the public hearing. We now have the opportunity for questions of staff by the commission. I'm going to start with a question to council, if you'd, Ms. Kucharik. So what is our obligation to honor ordinarily a request for postponement? And should the commission deny the request for postponement, move forward on voting on the motion as it is presented to us? And should we hypothetically agree with the findings of the planning board and deny this SLUP request? Does the applicant have the opportunity to return? I guess they would have to go back to the planning board again with whatever changes, pencil work, for another request, and then to the commission again. So does denying the postponement actually stop their opportunity to make new requests to the city?
The quick answer to that is no. The ability to deny or grant the postponement to the date certain is certainly discretionary, up to the commission.
Okay.
I think that the point of the adjournment was, and this is based upon my communication with council, is that they recognize that the ask was too big, too much, and they want to sharpen their pencils and take a better step forward. There are opportunities pursuant to the zoning ordinance that allows them to enter other agreements for parking that would then not take away the parking requirements to the public parking, but rather parking agreements with other entities. And if that's the case, that does not go back before the planning board. That comes directly to you, still through a SLUP request, but a different plan for parking. So that is why it's so important that it's not a variance, but rather it's a mechanism that they would like to explore and work on that's provided for by the zoning ordinance, and would allow them the opportunity to handle their own parking in a way that doesn't have the same onus to the public parking system, nor a variance.
All right, thank you. Do we have any questions for Mr. Dupuy or for the applicant from the commission?
How does that not have to go back to the planning board if they change what they're asking for?
There are mechanisms for shared parking agreements provided for in zoning that does not go back before the planning commission. There's certain areas of the zoning parking requirements. Mr. Dupuy can help us with that. There's 5 or 6 different mechanisms, and some do send them back to planning, some do not.
How long is this, it's 5 years this has been going on? Is that right?
This project?
Yeah.
More.
Well, this particular project, yes, 5, but they were doing some other things before.
So, it's been a long time, they could have sought shared parking agreements, right? I mean, all that time, they could have been looking for something that now they're asking them, how long are they asking us for?
30 days.
30 days.
Now, all of a sudden, in 30 days, after 5, 7 years, now that's a thing. Okay. I'm going to have another comment, but I'll cede the floor right now.
Commissioner Haig?
And maybe it's just me, but I'm trying to figure out where there's a surplus of parking to be able to be shared in the first place. I'm sort of struggling with that mental picture myself. And I got to be perfectly honest, a plan that now goes around the planning board after they've been so deeply involved, I would not feel as comfortable as I would like to be without them weighing in some way, shape or form, just because they are a much more informed body in this subject matter area. I think I would benefit from that knowledge for any decision that's made. So I don't know how that mechanism would work, but to have them involved for so long and then not, I don't feel super comfy with that. Be really honest with you guys. 30 days of magic after 7 years? I'm with that guy.
Commissioner Emery?
I think for clarity, and I don't know, maybe Nick, you can provide this clarity, but this whole new is surrounded around use. And I'm assuming it's because they have a tenant that they haven't had on board for 7 years. There's a new tenant. That's why they want more retail. That's why they need more parking. So it might be a little disingenuous to say they've been thinking about this for 7 years. They probably have somebody on the hook, a tenant that can occupy the space that they didn't have 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago. So by just saying 7 years, be careful with that. Like, yeah, that's probably why they're here. I don't know that. Nick, can you provide a comment on that? Or maybe the applicant could come up? That's my guess.
It's probably
That, based off of what I saw in the planning board meetings, that seemed apparent.
If you'd like to, Mayor, it probably is better suited for the applicant, but I could answer if you'd prefer.
I'll defer to the mayor. I just, that's my guess. I'm speculating.
Sir, true, not true?
True. I'm
Okay.
happy to. And it's not a secret. It was disclosed to the planning board that the applicant has gotten pretty far down the road with Gardner White, who is interested in a 2-story operation at the property. It is their high-end concept, Gardner White Studio. They just opened one in downtown Detroit. The ground floor would be retail. The second floor is actually a design studio concept that they bring people in and they have offices to meet with to do interior design planning for their homes. So that is, and that is what this is. It's a change. It is not, and I respect what you're saying, Commissioner Long. This isn't a...
Baller.
Sorry.
Commissioner Baller.
That's
just so the record's clear.
Yeah, sorry. This isn't a 7-year change that's happening. This building has been approved for some time. It is a very recent change in use which changed the parking requirements because of the second floor of retail. We are investigating opportunities to lessen the ask from the city in this respect, because clearly the planning board didn't feel comfortable with the size of the request that the applicant was making, and we heard the message, and we take it seriously, and we take all the public comments seriously.
But may I, that was not the first time they asked for some abatement of the parking requirements. So if you want to talk about being disingenuous, right from the get-go, they were asking us to reduce the parking requirement. We didn't do it. They went to the BZA. They asked for a lot more than they got from the BZA. The BZA gave them how many spaces?
11.
11 spaces. So that's where we are. And that happened long before Gardner Way came
Okay,
along.
and before you respond, Mr. Marcus and your counsel, I would also like to point out that the ask for the 49 spaces was not the only concern the planning board had. The other concern that they point out is they had great concern about not just adding another floor of retail, but reducing a floor of residential. So you went from 1, 2, and 2 to 2, 2, and 1. And if you, as they suggested at the planning board meeting, did 2 floors of residential and only 1 floor of office, that would have alleviated the planning board's concern under bullet number 2, and it reduces your parking count. So I also would be, you can come back with a shared parking agreement, but that does not alleviate the other concerns that the planning board had that the commission would still consider.
Fair enough. If I may respond.
Yes.
My name is Durade Marcus. I'm one of the involved in the ownership of 479 South Old Woodward. So just to refresh people's memory, this was the only D4 building not in the parking assessment district. We had and you had zoned it D4, which required a 5-story building, and we wanted to give the city the best use that we can to give this building. So there were many years of going back and forth about trying to get into the parking assessment district and how do we do it. And we were backed into a corner to try to get a design that could minimally work. And we came up with a design as stated, which is retail, 2 stories of office, and 2-story residential, which required an 11-spot parking variance. Prior to us receiving that variance, this commission passed the SLUP in question. And we figured, let's not test it because it's a new ordinance. We needed to get this thing rolling and get going, and we went through the variance which we thought was the path of least resistance. Fair enough, we got the variance. As developers, and I mentioned this in the Planning Commission, as you develop, things evolve, you learn things, you understand things. The Restoration Hardware building had its 2 elevator towers up before they came back to you folks and said, we're scrapping and we're doing everything brand new. We have a whole brand new idea. So that's how developments evolve. Just the nature of developments. Things change, things happen, market conditions change. By the time we started this building, 250 apartments, highly amenitized apartments, have opened up across Woodward. We can't compete with highly amenitized apartments. Nobody wants a building to fail. Nobody wants to see a floor empty of apartments or 2 floors empty apartments. So the market has evolved, the development has evolved, and we're here because of that ask. Nobody wants to see this building built, not me, not you folks, not these folks, to see an empty building or a floor that's empty or a building that's failing because you can't get tenancy. And that's the situation we face. It is true, as things evolved, we became aware of a tenant that was interested in doing a very unique concept. We spoke to Nick, and, it fits into your zoning ordinance. It actually hits every certain aspect of your zoning ordinance, not just residential, but it gets commercial, it gets retail, it gets office. So now you're getting a truly mixed-use building that the master plan calls for. So it isn't that we've been doing this for 7 years. It took us almost 4 years to launch because of all the difficulty we had with this building. It took us a year almost to get the SLUP in place. It took us enormous amount of plans to design this building and how to build this building without affecting Birmingham Place because we went 2 decks underneath. There are not many buildings in Birmingham that have sacrificed 2 decks underneath like we did. We bit the bullet and did that. If I was similarly situated as another parking assessment district building, which we should have been, that's still our argument, and I think this SLUP passage was what was used to remedy the wrong, to right the wrong for this building, because everybody recognized, how did this one anomaly happen? How did we get one D4 property in the city that's not in the parking assessment district? And if you look back at your minutes or the meetings that we had, I think everybody understood that. And a lot of you folks were part of that meeting, and they understood that, yes, this is a problem. We need to help get this building launched off the ground. So if we were in the D4, or excuse me, in the parking assessment district, none of us would be here. It would be rubber stamped by the Planning Commission and have a nice day. But I understand that we have a, uphill battle on this, and we are trying to produce the best product that we can for the city. And because of the market conditions, things happen. The DAX thing came back to you folks when it was halfway up and said, we want to change the entire facade. Things happen. It isn't on purpose. It isn't on purpose. It isn't in spite of anybody. This is just how market conditions work when you're spending this much amount of money in developments in this city. That's really the bottom line.
Other questions from any other commissioners for either staff or the applicant? Thank you, gentlemen. All right. Would any commissioners like to make either the original motion or to make a motion to postpone this public hearing to a date certain of September 8th? Can I ask a question? Yes.
Would there be a way for us to suggest postponement with the planning board being involved in rehearing the considerations, since the planning board has so thoroughly studied and understands this project, and this seems to be, however you want to look at it, a change order or a switch hit, or I don't know. But would there be a way for us to have this go back before the planning board? I know the timing is short, so I don't know.
You could change the postponement date for the date certain.
Not to answer a question with a question, but it's a little difficult because we also set public hearings at the planning board level. So should you want to kick it back, I think the prudent thing to do would be to reset a public hearing, which would take some time, at least 21 days. So it wouldn't be, all that to say, if I'm correct, it wouldn't be able to be September 8th. It'd have to be later. Probably your September 29th, excuse me.
Even at just the commission level?
I would go for that, because I'm not comfortable, like her, I'm not comfortable having the planning board not have a say in this at this point. They've had it for so long. I don't feel we're qualified without their support. So I'll say where I am. If we don't get that, my motion is to deny. Just deny.
Deny the request for postponement.
Yep, and to deny the special land use permit per the suggested commission action. I want the planning board in there, or I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Okay, so let's hear from the former.
Kind of an add-on to what Commissioner Haig just said. The one thing we have about our planning board is consistency. All 7 of those members have been on the planning board ever since this thing ever came about. So all 7 of them know all about this since day one. So I would be in support of what Commissioner Haig just said.
So a suggestion is, instead of a postponement, which means date certain, the motion could be for an adjournment with the condition that the applicant ask for a public hearing with their new ideas and their new formulas back to the planning board.
Do you want that motion to be made with that wording?
Wait a minute.
I don't want any motion, Commissioner. You guys are far above my pay grade.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's.
You know what we get.
Let's hear from Commissioner Host.
It's just an idea to help you solve your problem.
Our city attorney, we could deny this motion, this
Postponement.
deny the postponement, and yet they could resubmit a new proposal with some kind of parking agreement addendum at a later date, and it would come to the commission. I'm asking.
The zoning ordinance allows them to come back with if they receive a denial, for instance, they can come back they can't come back for 1 year unless they make a substantial change to their application.
And their shared parking agreement would be considered a substantial change?
Shared parking agreement or a shared parking, agreement has to go to the planning board. If they go off-site and they find, as the city attorney said, there's 4 or 5 different ways that they can meet their parking requirement. On-site, within 300 feet, 100 feet, I forget what the number is, along a public sidewalk, in which case
that just alleviates the consideration of, like, let's say they find 20 parking spaces within 100 feet, then that knocks 20 off their total. But if they do try to get a shared parking agreement, they have to do a parking analysis, and that has to be reviewed and approved by the planning board, and it has to be placed on title, if I'm not mistaken, to the property as well. So that would have to go back.
Did I not hear the applicant say shared parking, or was that us interpreting their wording?
I'm not
not
sure-
sure myself.
I'm not sure what their intent is, but as the city attorney pointed out, there are multiple different ways to provide parking. If it's through a shared parking agreement, it has to go back to the planning board.
Personally, I'm happy to make the motion to deny this because they can come back with something and we could say up or down. I just feel horrible for 411. By the way, can you raise your hands? How many of 411 people? I mean, how many meetings have these people shown up to that have been postponed? Okay.
Okay. And
I was
I
starting in
just
this
want to
direction.
assure you that we've received all your letters and we have all your documentation and we've all reviewed it. So, Commissioner Host is interested in just voting on the existing motion.
Yeah, I'd be happy to read it if we
Okay.
want to get into that.
Anybody else a strong proponent for hearing the adjournment and sending them back to the planning board?
I hear you all. I think that you want to get to the finish line on this, right? You want to get to the finish line on this, but if we do certain things, they have the right to come back again, no matter what. So I want us to all be very clear here that you want finality, and as much as you love coming here on Monday evenings, you probably don't want to come here again. So my suggestion would be to adjourn it to a date certain with the understanding that it's going to go to the planning board first. And maybe I'm not using the right language, but we can fine tune it, but hear me out. Have them sharpen their pencils. They're doing it because they know that it's not going to fly tonight. I would hazard to guess. Let's let them sharpen their pencils and come back to the planning board with their new proposal that would then come back to us, and let's get a date, let's get date certains for that. And maybe, just maybe, it will resolve the issue. And if it doesn't, it will come back to us and we will vote. If it doesn't change drastically, I think you know where we're going to go. So, and I'm telling that to the owners too. But I also will put out with that, the property there was Mountain King. I used to eat there. Okay? That's how long, it was very good. That building sat vacant for a long time. One thing that's worse than having this issue is having an issue of a building that sits vacant for long periods of time next to where you live. So my I'm not taking sides or what have you, I'm just pointing out that we want finality with this and how do we get to it. If we deny, and if that's the commission's vote, so be it. But let's think about this for a moment. If we deny, they have the right to come back again. That's not finality. I think the shortest way to get to finality is to adjourn it to a date certain, have them sharpen their pencils, direct them to go back to the planning board first. I agree that they should be involved. And then once the planning board has weighed in, come back to us for us to vote on it. That's my suggestion.
Do we adjourn to a date certain, or is it better for us to table and then we have a motion in the future to take it from the table? Because that doesn't set the date certain.
That's a good question.
So, Ms. Kucharik.
Adjournment is not a date certain. Postponement is date certain.
So you were suggesting that we adjourn the public hearing with a request that they return to the planning board for a public hearing with their new information, which has no date certains. And then Nick would have to notify when the first possible public hearing at the planning board could be.
Early September.
Early September. All right. So
The motion,
I was gonna say
exactly
what
with
you just
your
said.
wording, with what you just said. I couldn't repeat it.
Is that September 8th?
No.
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 Earliest date possible.
Because you
planning
would go
board
back to the
can
planning board
schedule.
first, Commissioner Host.
Be September 10th.
For the planning board.
Make it work, yes.
Assuming, that's where I was going. I would prefer to say, leave it to Nick to actually provide the correct date per the planning board's workload. Expectation early
All
September.
right, so
but
Ms.
don't set a
Kucharik,
date.
normally the mayor doesn't do this, but I'll take another stab at it. So we have a motion to adjourn the public hearing for 479 South Old Woodward Birmingham Tower Special Land Use Permit, final site plan and design review, with a request that the applicant return to a public hearing at the planning board to present their new information.
Second.
On September.
No.
At the planning board's convenience.
Fine, okay.
Is that modification
Yeah, we can't put the
acceptable?
date in the motion, right? No.
You could, but the purpose of the adjournment is to allow flexibility
Right.
to the planning department and the planning board.
But we would have the expectation per Nick that it would probably be September 10th, and all of the public noticing requirements to these residents would be met.
Just.
Yes, all right. So we have a motion?
I'll second.
Wait, okay, I think Commissioner Haig already did.
I'm sorry, you already did.
We had a motion and a second.
Good second.
Comments from the commission on the motion?
I have a comment. I'm not 100% sure it's on the motion, but it's on the whole situation. And that is that, and maybe the motion should recognize this and direct the planning board accordingly. The residents are here because I think they're here because they don't want this project to use any of their parking. Okay? There's nothing that we're going to do about the form factor, the massing of this building. It's gonna block your views. But you don't want any proposal to come from them where they're somehow using parking in your building.
Correct.
Do I have that right?
Yes.
Is there anything else? Is there anything else that you're concerned about? Because here's the thing, they need to know that we're not going to approve anything that involves shared parking with your building.
411.
Right. Right? And for some reason, you guys think that that's a thing. We have no evidence that that's a thing. There's 555 has some surplus parking. And I guess at that point, if they did a shared parking arrangement with 555, we'd have to look at, like, how good are those shared parking? Like, can that be a permanent thing? Like, what happens if 555 blows up or 555 decides we don't want to share parking anymore? That could be a problem. That doesn't necessarily involve you, but that would impact our decision about whether that's a prudent thing to do. So I can only speak for myself. I would not support any sharpening of the pencil that involves shared parking with Birmingham Place or a shared parking agreement that isn't ironclad, permanent, like long-term.
When you mentioned the 555, they've already got a shared parking agreement for Nisha, so how much spare do they really have? Because are we starting to, this is the due diligence part that I want
That
to
the
see.
planning board would do.
Yeah, I don't want to see double and triple dipping here, because if that happens, then, I'm sorry, the project's dead. End of discussion.
All right, and Ms. Kucharik, the city obviously has requirements for shared parking agreements.
Yes, yes.
They have to be, as we say, ironclad, and they have to be for significant lengths of time.
Yes.
And they have to be recorded, and a sale of the building couldn't undo it. It has to be, yeah. Okay. So, all right, so you had the comment, we had the motion and the second. We've had Commissioner comment on the
What's wrong with saying the new agreement, when and if it comes through, it does not have 411 parking in it?
I don't think we have to say that because he's quite clearly heard that we're not interested, and I doubt the planning board will be interested either, you know.
It's part of the formal record
Yeah.
at this point.
So any other commissioner comment on the motion? public comment on the motion.
Hi, I'm Joan Schloop. I'm resident in 411801. And this is in addition to the 411 issue, and people may or may not be aware of it, but CVS at Woodward and Lone Pine, not Lone Pine, and at Lincoln is closing in a week. All those people are being directed to the CVS directly across the street from us, which is parking behind it. They're also, I took a picture today, their sign says, come to this location for your medicines, come here for your shopping. You're being directed there. That is another place that people will go out and will try to use like they would use Birmingham Place. And they currently, at the Lincoln spot, have at least 30 parking spaces. They're closing that, like I said, 9 days from today. And people there are automatically having their prescriptions changed to 444 and being directed there by signs in the building to go to that building. So that is obviously going to increase the traffic right in that area and the parking in that area.
Thank you. Other public comment on the motion?
I just want to add one comment. So, Mr. Ball, I heard you loud and clear saying we're not interested in hearing about whether it's Birmingham Place or whether it's 555. What I would ask of this board is to allow us the opportunity to follow your city statute and allow us to use the ordinance that's allowed, no matter where it's at. If the ordinance allows it, and if the agreement is solid, and your city attorney says, yes, they are entitled to this, I don't want to preclude anything. Because I'll give you an example, just a hypothetical. Let's say the commercial portion of Birmingham Place has 30 excess spots that don't affect any of the resident parking. Let's just use that hypothetical. And there's a parking agreement with the commercial ownership, which happens to be me. I mean, I don't know if this board is aware. My group also owns the Birmingham Place commercial. So if the commercial portion parking only has 30 excess spots, let's say, and the commercial portion ownership grants a agreement with the owners of 479 South Old Woodward, 30 spots, that does not impact the residents. And I just want to make sure. I'm sorry. If they would allow me to finish my argument. So, if the parking spots are specifically for the commercial and only the commercial portion is impacted, and no commercial people park in the residential portion, that's part of the code that's allowing us to get that parking agreement. I would just ask that you consider that to allow us to use anything that's available under the statute and not preclude us and by lowering what's required by the statute. That's all I ask.
I surely think that however a master board was put in place in Birmingham Place, for which we cannot find the necessary documentation, our problem, not yours, you cannot, in my opinion, that's a massive conflict of interest. To suggest that you can take excess spot because of retail in Birmingham Place, which, by the way, I live there, as does every single person in this room except you and your lawyer. There is no extra parking at Birmingham Place. Walk through there at any given day. Start at 7 a.m., where, by the way, we have construction people from 479 parking in our building as it is. There is no parking. I would be happy to come back here to the next meeting and show you hour-by-hour photos, 7 days a week. There is not 30 parking spots to be found unless it's midnight, and then it's because the doors are closed and locked. And 30 spots does not come close to addressing the 110 space gap that currently exists in what you are asking for. Thank you.
I do have a preference for that microphone.
Certainly.
We're really burying the motion.
I know.
On the floor.
My name is Pat Hardy. I'm a resident here. I'm a business owner here. My husband had his office here for over 20 years. And I want to be able to go home tonight and sleep comfortably without any nightmares, without anything on my mind. I did not come here tonight to talk. I just am so incensed with some of the things that I hear that the developer is presenting before you. And that's what makes me want to say something to you, so allow me just 3 minutes. He does not care about the residents of Birmingham Place. He is only interested in what most developers are interested in, making money, and we can understand that. He doesn't care whose parking he gets, as long as he gets some of it. The thing that bothers me most is this. Right from the beginning, the city, you wonderful city commission people, you care about your city or you wouldn't be on this board. But you do know that he came in asking for 8 stories. Somehow you got him down to 5, which sounded much better, except that you didn't calculate how high those ceilings were going to be. When we bought our condo here, we leased it for 2 years. It was a beautiful place. 21, we moved in here. Would I move into Birmingham Place today? No, I would not. And I'll tell you why. As lovely as my view might be, and it is lovely, I objected to that median, the berm, because I can no longer make a quick left-hand turn into my building. That bothered me enough that I would ask people, why don't we go to the city commission and talk to people there, let them know this is a hardship on us. I suggested that to our building manager. Well, stalemate, no action taken. And then I see that maybe 15 of our residents in Birmingham Place, instead of looking at a beautiful view of Woodward Avenue, or maybe the park, our own little park on the 3rd floor, they're not going to see any of that. They're going to see a brick wall, and that is because of the height of that building. They're losing their value. And I wonder, when I think about lawyers, because my husband, Tom Hardy, was a lawyer, I think about lawsuits. He was not litigious, but I wish he were alive today because I could say, Tom, this is wrong. Some people bought their condos last year. Were they apprised of the fact that they were going to lose their view? And so I think these are things that the planning, and thank God for the Planning Commission. Thank God for boards where you can come and say something that you want to say. But I'll tell you, you have a parking problem, you all know it, we all know it, and this developer could care less. As many times as he sharpens his little pencil, evidently, I'll buy you a new pencil sharpener. Anyway, that's all. Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. I will just note that under the D4 zoning, 5 stories is what they were legally allowed to build. And so there was no...
12 feet high?
That is...
Ceilings that high?
That is the current zoning ordinance,
There
yes.
is a maximum height for the D4, and this building is within that allowable height.
All right. So we've had public comment on the motion. We've had commissioner comment on the motion. If there's no other comments, we'll call for the vote. Ms. Bingham, roll call vote on the motion.
One online.
Pardon?
One online.
Oh, let me see.
David's got his hand up.
Who?
David Bloom.
David.
David Bloom. All right, we have one more public comment online. Mr. Bloom.
Hello, thank you. Good evening. I'm back to a different location. My original default when looking at this issue would be to say that it's the developer's problem and the developer knew about the building and the parking situation when he acquired that property. However, I also recall that Woodward was recently modified and many parking spaces, I think 50 or 60, were taken away. And I also recall that I personally came before the commission multiple times saying that it was a mistake to spend all of that money and lose all of that parking. And now we find ourselves in a situation where we really need that parking. So I think that the city actually created a problem here and a hardship on the community, the people at Birmingham Place and the developer. And I think it's somehow incumbent on the city to help facilitate a solution that's in everyone's best interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. I will state that the city tore up South Old Woodward to replace the sewer and water infrastructure. When the city tore up Old Woodward, we were required to rebuild it. to current standards, and I'm forgetting what the standards were. I'm sure the city manager there's two standards we had to follow. One was ADA and one was the...
It's proximity to crosswalks, for instance.
Right, and so-
ADA, we had to include ADA parking spaces, which has separate separation zones between them as well. And just for the record, none of those parking spots on the street were counted towards the parking in this building previously.
Right. And so the city did not just willy-nilly remove parking spaces for design or aesthetics. There were 5 intersections that teed into South Old Road that used to have angled parking at the end of the intersection. That is no longer allowed because the new road standards do not allow cars to back up into an intersection. We also had to have compliant ADA spaces, which allowed unloading and unloading zones next to the spaces, which we were not compliant before. So yes, we did lose roughly 60 parking spaces, but we were required to redesign the road that way to be compliant with road safety standards and compliant with the ADA. It was not, as some people have stated, to make it look pretty.
Also, the sidewalk ramping had to change the angles.
Yes. So, once you tear something up, you have to put it back according to the current standards. So, with those comments, we are back to calling for the vote. On the adjournment of the public hearing with a request for them to appear at a public hearing at the planning board with their new information. So, Ms. Bingham.
Commissioner Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Hope.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. We apologize again. We appreciate your forbearance. We understand the burden it takes to come here time after time. We are trying to be as expedient as possible and not have a denial and then start over again. So thank you very much. We would expect that there will be a public hearing at the planning board around September 10th. All right, we now move to unfinished item B, resolution submitting a bond proposal to the Birmingham Community and Senior Center in an amount not to exceed $36,640, or $36,640,000 at the election. I'd go for 36,000, to be held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, to approve the ballot wording of the bond proposal and to direct the city clerk, once certified of the language, to send to the county clerk for the County of Oakland submission to the city's electors on the election date. So is there any further discussion on the bond language, which is what the item is, at the commission level? Commissioner Haig.
I believe there is a typo in the table that says option 1 on the 7B, page 3.
There
It says
is.
average annual millage is 6.1. I think just for the record, we need to have that corrected no matter what.
That's correct. In the table on page 3 of the memo under 20 years, it says average annual millage 6.106. It should be 0.6106. The decimal place was moved over 1.
Yes.
But no matter what we do, that needs to be corrected for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Haig. Eagle eye as always. Did you have any other remarks? Commissioner Baller.
So I heard the YMCA say they would look elsewhere. And the thing that's got us all concerned about this is the cost. And a long time ago, I said in my head, I think $15 million is a reasonable amount of money to spend on something like this for next. We decided to tear that building down. I don't think we should put a dime into that building. I still think we should tear it down. I wonder whether we should ask for less money and build a home for next. 20,000 square feet. We've got 3.7 million from the millage. Do a bond for 17 million, and now you got $20 million. Design a building that's $20 million big. for Next on the site at 400 East Lincoln. It was suggested that maybe we put two things on the ballot. Put the big full boat. Now, I don't know how that would work if they both passed. I don't know, or can you do select one or what? But those are ideas. I think we need to think creatively, and I think putting lipstick on that pig is not creative enough for me. And I just think, all the arguments we could go over.
Yep.
The YMCA chose to sell. They're going to beat us up for eliminating the pool, but we're not eliminating the pool. The YMCA eliminated the pool. The pool people will find another pool. Next is not going to find another place. Well, they haven't they haven't looked really, but I don't think they're going to find another home, not the kind of home that you want, not the kind of home we envision. So I think we ought to consider asking for a lot less money, doing a Next building. I'm not 100% sold on the idea, but at least it's a fourth idea. And if I don't think we have to have a design in hand to ask for the money.
Let's ask the city manager to opine on whether we would do that as a sort of flyer placeholder amount.
To your point, could we do that? Yes. Could we do it tonight with the deadline tomorrow for the November 4th election? No. Because this language that's in the packet was written by bond counsel, and we've talked about it previously, and we had to run all of the costs. We have a bond company that runs all of the costs, so we know how much to move out. So we can't on the fly tonight say, okay, we'll do a bond for $15 million because A, we don't have language for that, and we haven't had all the funding analysis run, so we know how much it's going to cost to know what to put in the bond.
It also wasn't noticed to the public
It wasn't
on this
noticed.
agenda.
We could do it potentially at a future election, but we do not have the capability to do it November the 4th.
Yeah.
Because the language is due tomorrow to the county.
So then I just have one other comment, and that is that every step of the way this thing has been governed by the time constraint of Next, and things have not gone well. With that as our guiding light. So anyway, I'm done.
Okay, Commissioner Long?
So I was thinking along the same lines, and when I stepped out after our workshop, I had one of the older ladies come up to me, and I'm old too, so no offense, and she said, "I don't understand it. Why don't you just go for it and let the public decide? Like, why don't you just go for it? And if they say no, then you can do one of the other options." That's where I was along the same lines as Commissioner Baller. If do it for $36 million and let the voters vote. If they vote it down, they've spoken. Do one for half of that amount. The language is the same. Divide by 2 for everything else. Do it for half of $36 million. If A and B both get approved, whoever has the most votes wins. That's the way the commissioners get elected. Whoever, we're voting for more than one commissioner. It's the concept. And if both of them get voted down, and by the way, B would be with the 17, would be likely with the Y out, and we're building a home for Next, right? And if both of them get voted down, then it looks like it's probably rehab the building, which will look something like option C. Put it to the voters and let them decide, folks. That's what this is all about.
We cannot put the lower cost bond language on, we can't vote on it tonight because it was not noticed on this agenda for people to comment on. We don't just make stuff up.
Okay.
We have the bond council writes it, they calculate the costs, it goes in an agenda, they present it, we review it. And we have not provided that public notice. That is not an item that's on tonight's agenda.
Okay, well, If you do it for half, then I would bet you dollars to donuts that it comes in at 50% of what their prior calculations were. But nevertheless,
Actually, probably not, because the costs for selling are going to be the same, rather, no matter the amount. But that's, Commissioner Haig?
well, I'm not done yet.
Okay.
So if that's the case, and it's not an option to do it for half, which I agree with Commissioner Baller would be a nice option as well, and that has to be kicked down the road, which is more delays and more problematic for Nexus, so be it. I would still put this on the ballot and let the voters vote, and if they vote it down in November, then you can decide whether you're going to do another lesser number and let them vote on that, or if that's not within the commission's appetite, then go to Plan C. You spend the $3.5 million and you put lipstick on a pig. I think it's a mistake because I think it's going to eat the city alive going forward for the cost to keep that building going, based upon, not my opinion, based upon the studies that we've already had. So that's my view. Go ahead.
Bringing up an 11:59 seconds option isn't viable. What the discussion was earlier tonight, and many people talked about it, a couple of them even said something to me as we adjourned for a few minutes as well, that look at it as stepping stones, because it really is. I said it in the workshop. As soon as we bought, the only reason we bought the building, we didn't need to buy that building. Actually, when we sat in that closed session, I actually said to everybody, if you don't buy it, I will go to a bank tomorrow and I'll get a loan and I'll buy it for that price. Because for the $2 million we paid for it, it was a ridiculous deal. It was great. It was a win-win. The purpose for buying it was to find a home to support senior services out of the city of Birmingham. That was the purpose. That was it. So that's why I was confused earlier when I said, well, who said Next wasn't going to have a home? The minute we bought it, there was a home. Is it ideal? Nope. Is my home ideal? Are your homes ideal? Probably not. But you can do what you want in them. You can achieve what you need. The core services of Next can be met with a building. We've been told about they provide a lot of senior support within and outside of a physical structure. There's an awful lot of the socialization aspect that's involved as well, which is extremely important. But the core services portion will be supported. We have a home for them. We have a certain amount of money, but what this would do with option C is it allows us to take time and not be under duress, in effect, of everything has to be done and perfect and sealed by date X or else, which is where we were. And it's led to some dissatisfactory situations. I'm trying to choose my language very carefully. But we have a solution on the table that works. What we also have, I can't find it right now, we also have a letter in writing from the Next organization saying that that's the option of the options on the table that they wish to pursue. We had 3 former city commissioners stand here tonight. We had a 4th one send it to us in writing. The 4th one also is a former board member of BASC, and a couple of the other city commissioners are board members of Next. And they all said the same thing. Go with option C and build upon it. Okay, so let's build upon it. We have a home, we have a plan. Now, do we want to see the YMCA leave? No. Put it bluntly, no. But in real terms, we got the building because, as I mentioned earlier, a business made a business decision. It left us with, in Dan Scher's words, let me see, I wrote it down because it was such a good phrase, a unique opportunity. Gave us a unique opportunity. So we grasped the unique opportunity. And now we can build upon it. Do we want to lose the YMCA? No. But a business makes a business decision. Like I said, if the Daxton decides to leave or Mountain King doesn't happen, it's a business decision. We don't influence external businesses. We influence city policy. We influence what we can do for the residents within our control, within our purview. That's not a business decision of an external factor. So there's been a lot of discussion about the cost and everything else. The other thing I want to remind everyone is we unanimously voted to do a community survey to find what the community wants. And if the community says we want a senior community centre as the top of the list, that's what they get. It's as simple as that. If they say we want our roads to be improved, we want the sewers to be there, we want fire hydrants that work perfectly with maximum flow, we want parks that have accessible bathrooms, whatever it may be, we would like to generate something where we understand what the community at large wants. And then we will work on those priorities, because that's what we're elected to do, support the entire community as a whole. So that's really what I'm thinking at is, I'm literally looking at a letter from Next saying, we wish to enforce the terms of the MOU. Okay. We were going to adhere to it anyway. You want it? It's yours. We're good. I don't think we need to take it any further than that, quite honestly. We've got something that is a building block. I mean, we've got a gentleman over there who works in construction field altogether. I think he would probably be sitting there bouncing in his seat, and he'll probably correct me if I'm wrong, but just to say, well, do it for half the amount, you get half the size. It's not a linear equation. It's nowhere near a linear equation. You get half the amount, you might get a quarter of the size if you're lucky on a good day with a discount. You're not going to get half the size. So we need to think it through, but now we've got the opportunity to take time about doing it. And we should do it right without being under pressure. And I feel as though we're in the point now where we can actually breathe, take that time, use the opportunity to work with the YMCA if there's anything that they wish to be a part of in here, because that door, in my opinion, is always open. But everything started with a business decision made by an external party to the city. That was the precipitating event for all of it. But it gave us a unique opportunity. Good, bad, or ugly is what it did, and that's why we're here, and that's why Next has a home in a building that is less than ideal, but they have a home, so when they have to leave their current building, they have a home to go to. It's moved down the street. Let's take our time, do it right, and plan forwards. Yes, it is going to be a less than perfectly efficient solution in the short term. Yes, it is.
So, Commissioner Haig, I would like to remind you and the commissioners and the public that the question we're supposed to be answering is, do you want to vote to put the $36 million
And I'm giving substantiating arguments as to why I feel as though this is really the best pathway for us at this point in time, and especially if we had a fourth option that hasn't been discussed was being put on the table in front of us. It's just saying what we have right now, in my opinion, works for right now.
Okay, so that's a yes, that's a no. Any other commissioner comment? Commissioner Host?
Well, I really don't like A, B, or C, but at this juncture, I'll go with C. If you do anything else, I'm certainly going to vote no. And part of the reasons, I'll give you the facts. Of course, you all realize I was against this from the moment it was brought up. But let me give you the facts. The proposed project is too much money. The unpredictable economic environment we have does not warrant trying to get money from our citizens. We haven't worked out whether the Next or the Y can play together. My envision was that this building be a sandbox and they play together in it for 5 to 10 years. And like the library, we put a little bit of money into it in the meantime, but I'm into reno, not demo. And we certainly don't know what the other communities are willing to do at this point. I remind you that the majority of Next, as well as the majority of the Y, are not Birmingham residents. We are only here for Birmingham taxpayer residents. Asking us to vote on something this huge, and Commissioner Baller brought up, I think, D. We have a new one, D. This is after 3 months of us not ever even talking about it. I think that that's sneaky, dishonest, irrational, disturbing, and my favorite term that I've heard from the public is ridiculous. I don't know what's been going on for the last 3 months, but to be here at this juncture, you know, the minute before it's due, it's a blatant violation of the spirit of, at least the spirit of Robert's rules and the spirit of the Open Meetings Act. We haven't talked about this thing. So I was kind of hoping you guys would be as angry as I am that this is what we're facing at the 11th hour. And as the most senior person east of the door, you know, I have been a long card-carrying member of NEXT, and we enjoy the programs of the YMCA, and I would love to see both organizations continue. But we need to be talking, brainstorming, like hopefully we will someday, about what we can do to make this sustainable, this property sustainable for our community. Anyway, that's why I'm going to vote against anything other than kick the can.
Commissioner Emmerine.
So the thing on our agenda isn't about option 2 or option 3 or any other options or anything like that. I'm looking at, should we put this bond proposal on the ballot, and my vote would be no. I think it was discussed earlier at the meeting earlier today. I think it's too much money. I'm not in support of putting this bond proposal through right now. As it relates to any other options, whether it's option 2 discussed at our workshop today, that meeting earlier today was a workshop. It was a discussion. I don't think anything was secretive or done behind closed doors and in violation of any laws or anything like that. I saw a new option tonight at the workshop that I'd never seen before, but that was at a workshop. It's not on our agenda tonight to take action on. So I just look at it as discussion in an open meeting. So I don't see, I think option 2, option 3, all options should be evaluated, and this thing that's on our agenda tonight where we actually are taking action has been vetted, has been discussed, and in my opinion is too expensive, and I'm not ready to move this bond vote forward. So, but other than that, I think all the other options are worth vetting through the proper channels, through open meetings, with public input. That's all. Thank you.
Commissioner Schaefer?
What he said, but, right, to answer the question before us, which is, do I support a resolution submitting a bond proposal for this community center? I would not vote in favor of that at this juncture. I do look forward to further discussions about how we can support NEXT moving forward with proposal A, B, C, D, E, or F, G. I don't know. I think this is an interesting concept that Commissioner Ballard has come up with, but we can't make that decision tonight. I would love to see the Y continue to provide services for kids and families and seniors in this community, and however they can be creative about making that solution come to life, I would be happy to see that happen. But to answer this question, I will not support a bond proposal this evening.
All right, so we do not have a motion on the table. So if a commissioner would like to make the motion, then we will have comment on the motion.
I want to make one more comment first.
Certainly.
You know, part of this process about, I don't disagree with the statement that we haven't talked about this in 3 months, because we haven't. I've been on the ad hoc committee and we haven't talked about it, haven't said one word, haven't seen one thing. To suggest that what's come from tonight's workshop or discussion here is somehow dishonest or backhanded or pre-planned or anything else is completely ridiculous. I think it's unfair. I listened to the public at the workshop. That was an hour and a half of discussion with mostly from the public. That's what we're supposed to do here. That's what we're supposed to do. And I don't think it's fair if you're swayed as a commissioner by the residents that voted you in, that said something that resonated with you, and maybe you changed your mind, is somehow, because it hasn't been discussed in 3 months, viewed as being negative or backhanded or pre-planned or whatever the other words were used. I disagree with that. That's why we had the workshop. With that being said, I am in favor of the bond proposal. I'm not in favor of the dollar amount, but it's also resonated to me that I don't think if we wait 4 or 5 or 10 years from now, it's going to be any cheaper than this. Just like none of your homes are cheaper than, in 5 years, they're going to be worth more. I'll bet you. I'll bet you. So I will make a motion. I'm sure it probably won't go through, but I was swayed by tonight, having had zero discussion in 3 months with anybody about this, other than leading up to this meeting when we had the discussion via the crowd and via the public, and via this commission. Let the public vote, and if they say no, so be it. We did our job. We listened to them. If they say no, they say no. And with that, yeah, go ahead.
Before you make the motion.
Yeah.
This says no more than 36 million.
Right.
So isn't it possible that we could decide to spend $20 million? Okay, so we can't explicitly say 20 million, but we could put this on the ballot because this is the only thing we can put on the ballot right now. And then we could plan to spend a lot less, because this just says no more than. Is that correct?
You could put this on the ballot because it is up to, but not exceeding, and you could spend less, yes.
Okay, great. And this doesn't say there's going to be a pool.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Wait, where is it?
The bond language says that, so
Where-
you cannot now change
Hold
it. 'Cause
on,
the bond
relax,
language gives
you're
the square
interrupting.
footage.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm looking at one thing that looks to me like bond language, but I
Go to attachment 1.
You could spend less, but to Commissioner Haig's point, it does indicate some particulars, and it talks about the size of the building, it talks about New Birmingham Community and Senior Center, including a community swimming pool, meeting rooms, recreational facilities, and senior programming facilities, together with all related site improvements.
So it would necessarily have to include a swimming pool?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I've put my hand up a couple of times. With bond language, you can't really do a this or that. Bond language should be simple, exacting, and a full disclosure to the community what's going to happen to their tax dollars. So, yes, when it says this in the bond language, you are tied to that because that's what the voters said.
Well, what it doesn't say is how big the pool has to be. It doesn't say how many community rooms it has to be. It doesn't say how many bathrooms have to be there. I'm talking, it doesn't say that it has to be, X number of community rooms. It says that it's a bond not to exceed $36 million, including for a Birmingham Community and Senior Center, including community swimming pool, meeting rooms. Doesn't say 1 or 2 or 5 or 10.
but Commissioner Long, I'm going to interrupt you. It says 47,260 square feet. You're not going to build that for less than the amount that's listed here.
It specifies a building that was discussed and publicly disclosed and shown in the workshop.
See,
and
it says
shown in all others.
20-year
So it
bond,
actually shows
option
all
1,
referred.
47,260 square feet. It's up in the bold print in the title.
And keep in mind, too, you're not only submitting the bond language, but the resolution that is included in the packet. So the resolution is listing out everything that you're intending to do, which senior programming facilities, together with all of their site improvements. So it's not just the bond language, it's the entire resolution. And that resolution
All these
that
whereases
has
here?
been drafted really encompasses everything that's been discussed for the last year.
So you're saying we can't make any amendments to this? Like normally, if you bring us an ordinance amendment, and it's been noticed, and we're having a public hearing about it, and we want to make a change here or there, we go ahead and on this one, we can't make a single change to anything. And this square footage, which is oddly placed. Option one? What is option one?
I think a substantive change
versus
to
25
this
years.
resolution based upon the amount of public exchange you have had, I would discourage that.
Okay. Well, go ahead and make your resolution.
I'd like to make a, let me just get to the right page here. To adopt a resolution submitting a bond proposal for the Birmingham Community and Senior Center in an amount not to exceed $36,640,000, paren, option 1, end paren, at the election to be held on Tuesday, November 4th, 2025, to approve the ballot wording of the bond proposal, and hereby directing the city clerk, once certified of the language, to send to the county clerk of for the County of Oakland submission to the city electors on the election date. And then, can I just refer to the attachment that's on page 6 of 7B? Can I
Are you
adopt that?
asking for the 20 or 25-year bond?
20.
20, okay?
It's attachment 1. I believe, I've got something printed over the top of it, but it's
It's page 6 of
That-
the
that- it's been-
memo, of that particular memo.
in page 6 and 7B of the packet.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All right, so commission discussion on the motion, if there's any additional?
The maker get to speak first?
I just think that our hands are tied here. I think that tomorrow is the deadline to get this on the ballot. I think we should let the voters vote, and if they vote it down, so be it. Then we can have further discussion on where we go from there, whether we cut it in half. And by the way, the cutting in half was just as to building something for next at that point, if it was half, or Plan C or Plan D. But Plans B, C, and D are not before us tonight, as much as I would like them to be. So I think we put it to vote. Let the voters vote. See where the chips fall.
Other Commissioner Klein?
I'm not sure I would vote in favor of this in November, but I have heard so many people on so many sides saying, do this, do that, and I will say that I'm not going to impose my judgment about what's a lot of money. Because, you look at the median price of a home in Birmingham is now north of $1 million. I can't say with any assurance what voters are going to do. And you want integrity? We're so far down this road, and now you're just going to say, nah, never mind. To me, that's not integrity. Integrity is we've come down this road, we brought the community with us, whether they wanted to, come to every meeting or watch every meeting on TV or go to the, but we've invested a ton in this, and I think they're entitled to have a say. And it's that simple. I may vote no. I can tell you there will be a robust discussion from this point forward. There will be people out campaigning. There will be signs. There will be letters to the editor. There'll be all sorts of stuff. And it'll go the way the community wants it to go. And it may be a huge vote in one direction or the other. And we'll sure know. We'll sure know for sure what people want.
Commissioner Host.
Commissioner Ballard, can I remind you, and this is a quote, we're on a freight train that's going to hit a brick wall.
That's right. And the brick wall's in November, not here. Not here.
Commissioner Emerine or Commissioner Schaefer? So, first of all, Commissioner Host, we did not have the workshop in July, which was our original plan, because we were short 2 commissioners. We did not have a full body. So that is no one's fault. That is why it was not any attempt to be deceitful or not transparent or not public. The fact that we brought this back for this discussion tonight is our attempt to be public and transparent and to not just let the clock run out and make a decision by default without public input. So that's why we're discussing it this evening. The fact that we were short 2 commissioners in July is just a fact. I believed in this joint project with all my heart. I was one of the people who worked really hard to try to get to a solution that maintained community recreation and maintained access to the pool and maintained the things that the Y brings to the community. Since I was on the Parks and Rec Board and in the original Barnum ad hoc committees back in, I don't know, what, 6, 7, 8, I mean, there were 3 of those, trying to maintain resources and maintain a pool. And I frankly thought there would be full community support for saving this pool because there was such distress and grief when the pool at Barnum was lost and when the building at Barnum was lost. And that did not turn out to be the case. But when we started this project, we were looking at what we thought was about a $24 million construction cost, and we were looking at an $8 million earmark, which we have lost. And my concern about this bond issue at this point is, first of all, generally commissions don't put bond issues on ballots as a flyer to let the people decide. They put things on that they wholeheartedly and hopefully unanimously support and believe in, which happened in Livonia, even though that one failed recently. There was also a senior millage that failed in Ottawa County, Meridian Township, for a $19 million campaign and operating budget. It is a difficult time. We do not have an earmark. Through study, we cannot find an example where taxpayers in any of the recent facility approvals, bond issue approvals, were asked to bear the entire burden of the cost. There was always other money, earmark money, ARPA money, other grants. Birmingham is not competitive for those grants the way places like Livonia are because our average income is too high and we cannot demonstrate the need. But I have grave concerns about putting this on the ballot as a flyer. I think that it will cause lots of people to do lots of unnecessary work and spend money. I think that it will be a distraction from proceeding with the MOU as a stepwise process, the way we've talked about, and about looking at perhaps going back to the community in May or August, depending on when the next regular election is, with a smaller bond, if we decide to bring this back and look at charging architects with looking at a single-story building that doesn't involve a pool or that maybe has some smaller Y component. I think that, yes, we need to go back to the table. I think even though no one likes the deadline from BPS, it exists. I think the MOU is a legal contract, and I think that putting this on the ballot is just a distraction from moving along the path we need to move on, even if it involves, MOU and looking at an eventual modular solution or a D solution that, we put this on the ballot and it fails, we still have to do the work that we're doing for the MOU. So I don't think we should put something on the ballot that the commission does not uniformly and wholeheartedly believe is the optimal solution, and that is my concern. So even though I love this project and I was one of the strongest advocates for it, I just can't support putting it on the ballot to let it fail. I think that there's political capital and opportunity cost to that. So that is commissioner comment. Do any members of the public want to comment on the motion only? Do you want to comment on whether you believe this should be put on the ballot for the November election? If you do, please come to the microphone or use the raise your hand function if you're online. All right, I see none and none. So Ms. Bingham, I'm going to ask you for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
No.
Commissioner Host.
No.
Commissioner Emmerine.
No.
Commissioner Haig.
No.
Commissioner Schaefer.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
All right, the motion fails 5-2. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you all for attending this evening. We now move to new business item B, resolution to approve the BCT Design Group's final schematic designs for the Chester Garage and to proceed with schematic designs for the remaining 4 garages with the inclusion of the city's commission's feedback and direction.
I believe you missed item A of new business.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Impervious surfaces.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. My apologize. Mr. Dupuy, public hearing to amend Chapter 126 zoning.
Go ahead.
No, got to do the public hearing first. Article 4, Section 4.3, open space standards. So I am going to open the public hearing at 9:15 p.m. And we'll turn it over to Mr. Dupuy for the staff presentation.
I think Aaron would have done a fine job with this, but I will take it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Long. It's a public hearing, a very different public hearing than the last one I just did. But it's all about open space. And to be honest, this request started with a definition many years ago from residents. But open space is certainly more than just a definition, a one-sentence definition of that. Open space in relation to zoning and the 40% requirement. It's got connections to stormwater infiltration, character, aesthetics, connections to nature, biodiversity, all those different things. So it's more important than just a definition, as I think is evidenced by the several study sessions we performed at the planning board. And what I think we've brought you is I hope a fairly thorough amendment of the open space standards, specifically the definition of impervious surface, which is a component of open space. Formerly, the former definition included the word stone broadly as an impervious surface, which was the genesis of this ask. I think many people thought, and reasonably so, that stone broadly could actually be a pervious surface. Whether it's big boulders or whether it's little pieces of gravel in your yard, it was worth study. So the planning board took it on. It's been on their action list for several years. Ultimately, what we decided to do was update slightly the definition of impervious surface, expand it a little bit to be open, include things like artificial turf, but remove the word stone. The reason being is ultimately, again, back to the point, we do feel like stone, generally speaking, could be a pervious surface. So what we decided to do alongside of that definition to sort of plug other holes is modify also the additional standards for open space in the single-family zoning districts, which, by the way, is the only zoning districts that have open space standards, all of which are 40%. So what we've done here is add a subsection to minimum open space for those single-family residential properties that requires that the required 40% minimum open space for all single-family development must consist of 75% or 3/4 vegetated open space. We go on to enumerate that permeable pavers or other hardscape is not considered in vegetated open space. And just to be thorough, we also addressed it in the paved surface limitations, which we now change to impervious surface limitations. Forgive me for not bolding that word, just to be consistent with the definitions and the previous standards. So ultimately, I think we came up with a pretty good solution here to the impervious surface issue, and the planning board ultimately did recommend approval to this body. But of course, here I am asking if you agree, and I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them.
All right, well, we've had the staff presentation. There is no applicant presentation. So now, in the public hearing is the time for questions or comments from the public for Mr. Dupuy.
Thank you for the additional detailed question. Gravel. A lot of driveways are gravel. Do you consider that to be impervious? You're nodding yes.
I was just acknowledging the questions. Forgive me. So the most unsatisfactory answer ever, it sure depends. Because I think in the definition of impervious surface, and I'll verify real time for you, there's a highly compacted soils component here, which I think I would argue that most driveways would be considered highly compacted soils by the nature of a driveway. So I guess I'm suggesting to you that driveways in particular, would, no matter gravel, asphalt, cement, would still be considered an impervious surface.
And are driveways part of the open space standard calculation anyway?
Generally, yeah, there's driveways here. Yeah, that's true. It's fair enough.
You've got driveway in there specified as impervious, so it's open space, but it's not pervious surface per that definition.
Right.
Yep, so right here, so
it's excluded from the.
So I guess on two fronts.
I'm having difficulty hearing the discussion. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I'll restate if I may, Mayor Long.
Yes.
So they just pointed out, and rightfully so, that what's also included as a pervious surface plainly are driveways. So the answer is yes. Impervious, yes. So driveways themselves, but also highly compacted soils are two factors.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions for Mr. Dupuy, either in the room or online using the raise your hand function? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing at 9:21 p.m. Bring it back to the commission for questions. I'll start with Commissioner Haig.
It's actually just one. This is not to really question the planning board that worked on this. It's just that you said it's hard to define impervious in just one sentence, but I've got to be honest with you, the one sentence on the Marquette one, I think actually does define it very nicely, and I'll just read it for the benefit of everyone. Any surface that cannot be effectively and easily penetrated by water, thereby resulting in runoff. It doesn't restrict the definitions, it's just any surface, and then it gives a physical property of the surface. So instead of saying a roof, a street, it could be any of those and something else that just has a perk test. If it fails a perk test, which is a standard test, then it's an impervious surface. It's like a physical definition, like construction perk testing.
Right, but then you'd have every single applicant would have to do a perk test, right?
It's just if you could go for a perk test if it became a questionable answer, because then it's a standardized test and you say, okay, it's a black or white percolation test is what you're looking for.
Okay, Commissioner Emmerine.
So I've had a heavy hand in this since day one. Poor Nick has gotten lots of emails from me. This really all started from the word stone being in the definition of impervious surface. That's what started it. And I am a civil engineer. This is my business. I talk about impervious surfaces all day, every day. I know a lot about this. The big problem here is that the city staff was enforcing stone as an impervious surface, and a lot of infiltration trenches, stormwater management basins that are designed to infiltrate water have stone in the bottom of them. Infiltration trenches can be put on the side yards of houses, and if they have stone on top of it, by definition of the ordinance, it was impervious. But if you planted sod on top of it, then it was okay, which is 100% counterintuitive. We just did a whole basin down at Booth Park that's designed, hasn't been built yet, has a whole infiltration basin designed right next to the Rouge River, and it has a stone bottom on it, which is an infiltration basin, and based by our ordinance with the word stone in it, was impervious. So our engineering teams and the design of Booth Park designed an impervious surface on an infiltration trench. Doesn't make any sense. So that's when it all started, stone. That was the key word that I've had a problem with. There's a lot of different materials out there. SEMCOG has a manual published for the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality that talks about stormwater infiltration and green and reducing sewer sizes and reducing infiltration and all these things. Now we have this whole new committee that's going to be reviewing all of this stuff. And this definition of impervious surface was hamstringing them. So when this was first brought to the planning board, I talked a lot about this. And at first it was talking about removal of the word stone. And one of the things I brought up was the exact point you just made, Commissioner Haig. Like, why not just keep it simple? Does water soak in or not? That's it.
Here it is.
Simple.
That's
The problem is that
That's it?
that can be ambiguous into engineering judgment, and then every applicant on anything would have to submit an engineer report that would then have to get reviewed by the city engineer, and it's going to add thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of cost to somebody that's constructing a house or whatever. So I think I was still on the planning board at the time when that discussion happened. I don't know how they got here now, but that discussion was had, and it was decided to like kind of keep all the different things in there, so that way staff internally can make a judgment call on, is it impervious, is it not, does it meet the zoning ordinance, and not burden home builders or whoever's in you just said it's residential zoning district with the open space, right? So now that's just removing it from the definition. Like, it's easy, you can just chop out the word stone, right? The problem is that went into the definition of open space. And the planning board didn't want people to have stone front yards. They wanted to see grass, they wanted to see trees. If you remove the word stone, then the whole front yard could be stone, right? So that's why they had to revise the open space standard. I'm in support of all this. They've been studying this. I mean, this has been on their action item lists since 2018, 19, something like that. They finally got around to it about 2 or 3 years ago. They've been studying it like crazy. I've gone through this. And what's interesting is the chairman of the planning board, Mr. Klein, is also a licensed engineer, and he and I have had some heated discussions and debates about this particular issue. So I'm in support of what's here. I like it. That's why it's not the simple definition. They talked about it. Nick had it in the packet here. It's been in all the planning board packets. They've talked about it at length and what to include, and this is what they've came up with. And it doesn't include the word stone. It revises the open space. There won't be any stone front yards in the city of Birmingham. They found a way, independent of the word driveway being in there, they added highly compacted soils, because if you got clay soils, it's not going to soak into the ground. So they've thought about this. They put a lot of work into it, and I actually wouldn't change one thing about any of this, and I'll be in support of this tonight.
Thank you. Commissioner Schaefer? Commissioner Host?
Can I ask you about AstroTurf? You know, I would think most communities say it's permeable because, it has holes in it, et cetera, and yet I believe the city ordinance says it's impermeable.
Great question. I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, that is the question.
Okay, good. Great question. So in my reply, I would suggest to you that concrete is also technically permeable. Water will soak into concrete as well, but we wouldn't want to consider that pervious just because water soaks in. By way of, I guess, a comparison there, I'm suggesting to you that AstroTurf in particular, while also being a recommendation in the Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan to remove AstroTurf, requires a lot of maintenance to stay permeable. And what's a problem for us is how would you build out new maintenance requirements in the zoning ordinance and thus enforce it? That's the reason it's in there, is because AstroTurf requires a lot of work through every stage of the installation, making sure the stone base is there, and making sure they don't slam it down, making sure the turf is right and the right material. Therefore, we thought it appropriate to include in here.
Well, can I just say, the pavers have a great sub-base, and nobody would have a paving situation where it turns into an ice rink on top, and yet it's considered impermeable. I'm asking.
And might I ask you in response, are you talking about permeable pavers or just pavers generally? So permeable pavers also require a lot of maintenance, which is why we also consider them impervious. Moreover, which is also why we exclude them specifically from the additional open space standards. So vegetated open space, permeable pavers or other semi-hardscape materials are not considered vegetated open space. I think for that reason, so that similar to the stone argument, you couldn't just cover your front lawn in permeable pavers because it's pervious. I'm not sure if I answered your question
Commissioner Emery.
satisfactorily.
I'll add one more thing. Permeable pavers, I love them. Municipalities hate them. They don't want them in their streetscapes. It does a good thing. The problem is they clog with sediment, and it's super expensive to maintain them. And like they become impermeable in the matter of a year or two. Some sand gets in those cracks, boom, it's over. It's done. It's that quick. So the city of Ferndale, one of the greenest communities around, used to allow permeable pavers in their right-of-ways because they wanted to promote infiltration until the DPW director found out how expensive it was for all these street sweepers and vacuums and sending the crews out and doing all this and doing all that. It got way too expensive. They couldn't even maintain it. And that's a city. Imagine a homeowner trying to maintain that, and then a city trying to enforce some kind of ordinance against them. That's the problem with it.
Commissioner Long.
The highly compacted soils, have we thought about putting a depth on that? Because you dig down about 6 inches in any one of our lawns, and I guarantee you're going to get clay, because that's what we have around.
Only in 90% of our city.
Only in 90%. I agree with you. There's probably 10% you would not. So we're just putting highly compacted soils and not putting a depth. And I'm not being funny here because, I understand that if it's 6 inches down, that it probably is but not, if you have places where it's just below like an inch of soil or 3 inches of soil or 4 inches of soil, it's going to be impervious. But I guess I'm concerned by just because they added that language. I want to make sure we've thought clearly about the fact that 90% of this city is clay, and clay is impervious.
Mr. Dupuy?
A very hard question to answer. Jason's smiling. I hope he has something to add.
I have something to add.
What I will at least say, because I didn't say it explicitly, is the definition that we created is sort of a customized version of the Oakland County Stormwater Standard definition. We've adopted other facets of that Oakland County Stormwater, the new Oakland County Stormwater Standards. So what we did is took that and modified it, customized it to fit the planning board's needs. And what I think, frankly, we did is just give deference to the engineers who created that. Highly compacted soil seems like an industry term. And with that, maybe I'll defer to Jason.
So highly compacted soils doesn't mean clay. And clay is not 100% impervious. Water goes through clay, just goes really slow. Water goes through sand, water goes through stone, water goes through everything at different rates. So highly compacted soils clay soils doesn't mean highly compacted. You can compact clay soils. That's normal practice. You can compact it a lot more than it already is. So I think that's why they added that in there. This is basically going to get to foundations, road bases, that kind of things. Those are the things that are highly compacted soils.
So those are
Native clay in your side yard or in a park or whatever, I don't think fits this.
highly compacted soils implies that a human being did something to it intentionally.
I would argue that, yes.
So it's effectively an engineering term, is what you're trying to say. It's a specifically defined
This uses the
engineering
word
term.
compacted. You're not compacting your side yards. You're not compacting your rear yards. You're not compacting the parks. You're not.
Commissioner Bala, you had something?
So I appreciate the amount of time and effort put into this, and I have a couple questions. So when you say a surface that restricts the infiltration of water, we don't say how much. Restricts a little, it restricts a lot. That's open to a little bit of interpretation, right? I mean, almost necessarily, right? Because you can restrict anything a little or a lot.
Sure.
I was going to make that observation about highly compacted soils, I also think, I'm curious about pavers. I mean, I guess you mean pavers that are, what about pavers that are separated with turf in between? All, right, you have
I
pavers.
think that's covered by because when Nick was talking about the vegetated space, he said you can't make it all pavers. That's why I was looking at here to Brad's comment about pavers.
So you only count.
It defines those within the open space as non-vegetated. So then to me, that's where I see the tie in between the two definitions, that they mutually support. The paver then becomes the impervious within the pervious.
Thank you. I think my point is that there is a certain amount of this that is open to interpretation, correct?
Sure.
Okay. Who's going to interpret it?
Short answer, the building department and the engineering department reviews open space standards for single-family development.
Again, who? Like, you got a position or a name?
Sure.
Because, I mean, I think my preference, if it's possible, to write our ordinances so that they're not open to interpretation would be ideal, right? It's black and white. It's either this or that. And that's my concern about this, that it's open to interpretation. We got a new building official, or somebody, you got different people reviewing plans for homes, right?
Yes.
One person interprets it one way, another interprets it another way. Now, if it's the case that you say, well, the building official is going to instruct them on how to interpret it, well, how is he going to instruct them? Why don't you put his instructions right in here so that it's very clear to everybody who reads this what it means? And this is about any ordinance. I think we should have fewer ordinances that are open to interpretation and more that are, and so I don't know how you respond to that. Maybe the building official should weigh in on how he intends to interpret it.
So, all very good points. And so you mentioned how much infiltration? Like how much? Like how do you determine that? That's going to require engineering studies. That's going to require the building department to hire an engineering company or internal staff to review it. It's going to cost every single person thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and take time and effort. Every single citizen in the city of Birmingham who builds a house would have to do that every single time. That's why there isn't a rate in there. That's why it doesn't say how much. That's adding a ton of cost to everybody in the city.
Nonetheless, it's going to have to be interpreted, correct?
So part two, open to interpretation, that's why they list all these things out. That's how the building department and the engineering department and the zoning planning department is going to interpret it. Is it a roof? Is it a street? Is it a sidewalk? Is it a driveway? If it is, it's impervious. That's it. It's black and white. That's how they're going to interpret this.
So is there anything going to come along that isn't
That's how
one
they've
of those?
historically interpreted it, which is why stone, the word stone, was a problem.
Right. So is there anything that isn't one of those things that might come along? Somebody says, I got a plan, here's this thing I want to put there, and it's not one of those.
Is that going to happen? Probably. Is there going to be new technology that comes out over time? 100%. Some stormwater guru is going to invent some new apparatus that has something on top of it that is one of these things, and all of a sudden our zoning ordinance will prohibit that. That's going to happen.
But this is an improvement over what we have currently.
100%, a huge improvement.
And it's not possible to
And our city-owned
predict
projects
every-
aren't conflicting with it, and there's no way you could predict every single thing.
Right, and you can't predict every single use and every single renovation, but you can craft the best ordinance you can to cover the majority of the situations that you can foresee.
And they put a ton of work into this.
Commissioner, Mr. Dupuy has his hand up.
Thank you, because it's related to this point, and Commissioner Baller, very fair. I think that's a standard zoning issue that we hear a lot about. What I would argue, whether it helps or not, is that's exactly what the Board of Zoning Appeals is for. Anybody aggrieved by a decision of the building or engineering departments can petition the Board of Zoning Ordinance.
Good point.
Board of Zoning Appeals, and go that route. So that's why the Board of Zoning Appeals exists.
Thank you. Commissioner Host, you had your hand up?
No, I was just saying Nick had something
Okay,
to
Commissioner
say.
Haig, you had your hand up?
Yeah. So I'm very grateful for the explanation that you gave for my original question because it clarified it nicely. So that really helped. Commissioner Ballard's point is valid, but we can't over-prescribe every single situation, which is just impossible to do. So all I was going to say really was, I think we take this, we pass it, and then there's just an evaluation of whatever comes back for appeals. And then that's the iterative step of, well, what did we not catch properly? And if it turns out there's like one appeal comes up in 10 years, okay. But if it's every single one turns up, okay, then there's something that didn't get caught because it was just a question about it, but as soon as it's explained in engineering terms, I get it. I'm good. Yeah. I'm good with this.
All right, then I'll ask if our civil engineer would like to make the motion.
I would like to make a motion.
Given your history with this project.
Hold on, my agenda's messed up
But
right
you
here.
can say as written, maybe.
We're in 8A, right?
Yes. 8A, page 2.
8A1, I'd like to make a motion, a resolution to approve the proposed ordinance amendments to Article 4, Section 4.3, open space standards, to add additional open space standards for single-family residential zone properties, Article 4, Section 4.31, open space standards, to modify the paved surface limitations in the R1, R1A, R2, and R3 zoning districts, and Article 9, Section 9.02, definitions to modify the definition of impervious surface.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments on the motion? Any comments on the motion from the public? Commissioner Host.
Thank you, Nick.
Oh, you're welcome.
Comments on the motion from the public in the room or online using the raise your hand function? Seeing none, Ms. Bingham, roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Everin.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Nick, for...
Tell the planning board we said thank you, Nick.
Yes.
Did everybody see that giant weight lift off Jason's shoulders?
6 years, I think.
All right, and now we have Mr. Ford and the BCT Design Group.
Okay. So I am back with BCT. We have Brian here with BCT, and we have Darko, who's with Illuminart, who is the lighting subcontractor on the project. We were here, I believe it was May 19th, and we were presenting the schematic designs for the Chester Street parking garage. There was a lot of conversation surrounding murals, canopies, accent paint. I believe at the time we were requesting some funds to paint the Chester garage an accent color. I believe there was an amount of like $430,000 that was approved. So currently RAM Construction is in the Chester Street garage. They are painting the garage white, which was included in the original contract with RAM. And then once the white painting is complete, they will then in turn go back and they'll start including the green accent paint, which was approved back in May. We are here today to have BCT present what we hope is their final schematic designs. And then based off, obviously get your feedback and what we hope is your approval, and what they'll take your comments today, and they'll apply these forward to the other 4 garages. So again, today you're just going to see Chester, hopefully for the last time. And then, again, they'll be back at a future date, hopefully relatively soon, to see the other 4 garages based off of comments that they've received on yours. So here to present again is Brian. I will say most of the changes that you're going to see here, you're not going to see anything dramatically different from what you saw previously. There was lots of discussion surrounding murals. We've reduced the number of murals based off of comments from the commission previously. We are still proposing murals, just a lot less of them. And that in turn will kind of change where we were doing some accent paint. how we were also lighting the garage because we were recommending fewer murals means less lighting. There was some changes. Brian's been working closely with Corbin Design, if you recall, as the wayfinding company. You've seen a lot of Corbin's designs for the signage. Brian's been working with them and applying their already approved signage into the package. So I will turn this over to Brian and look forward to hearing your feedback.
All right. Thanks again for having us. As Aaron said, this is kind of an abbreviated package. You have a larger package here. I'll just go over briefly what changed since then. We refined the color schemes based on the Corbin signage graphics there. So you have what I call the accent green, which is the light green we use to denote is the same color of the parking garage identification. And then each garage has a darker version of that color. The darker one just happens to be very close to Birmingham green for the Chester garage. So we're using that to paint all the other metal elements that you had seen before. The two colors on the right, the gray green is really just the signage, dark green, like super dark green that's being used. We're not painting anything in the garage that color. And then the white is, the pre-approved white. The traffic gray is just what you have on the ground in a few locations. Since you last saw us, we tried to refine the painting schemes. This is a reflected seating plan. If you're looking down, that's what you would see in a mirror. Trying to put the yellow items here are all white. The green is the light green, and the darker green is that accent green that we talked about. The orange color you're seeing here is those places we're calling murals, and I wanted to better define that now, which is when we're using the term mural, we're really saying like it's a place that we could have some kind of art, whether that is the art that comes in, whether it's graphics. We just really want to identify the locations of where we could add these things that we think will add some placemaking. And so we wanted to focus those around the pedestrian experience. And so you'll see the little orange there that's mostly limited right around the elevators now because we thought that's where we'd have the most impact.
Yeah, I was going to try to show the basement level.
Yeah, there you go. So there's the basement level. Before, on the right, the left-hand side where it says PT4, that was all murals before. We really just wanted to focus it around identifying where the elevator entrance is. That's where people are going to be stopping and waiting, looking at this thing to remind them maybe where they are, or, what kind of place they're in. And again, the graphics here are just suggestive of something that could be. They could be lots of different things.
Want to go back up to?
Yeah, let's just pick up. So that was the lowest level. That's where we. But then the low. There's two lower levels. Sorry. The medium lower level does have as well those two solid walls there you see are in orange would have a mural. So again, it's at that location. The levels above that do not have any solid walls other than the brick, which we removed the painting for. I don't know if we mentioned that before, but there was some. Yep. Through that view there, the brick elements we had previously called out to be painted. There was some concerns about the maintenance, so we dialed that back. We're really using just light and paint on the ceiling to kind of really emphasize the entrance of the garage, and then you have the signage there that is roughly modeled to be what Corbin has suggested. And then, yeah, let's go back to the upper level. The only difference I would still note on the upper level, that one there, yep. The roof level, we do have a couple of these items in purple. These are also considered mural locations or art locations that are identified, in those exterior views. The reason they're just a different colors because we did not want them painted white prior to the art installation. Everything else is going to be painted white, and then the art installation will be applied on top.
So since we're talking murals, Brian, do you want to give them the options? So obviously there's a lot of discussion surrounding bringing the concept of murals to the public art board. We've presented to the public art board. They're aware of this. We could obviously bring this to them. However, you also have an option as well, correct?
Yeah, we can also design something if the commission feels like that's something that they want to have a little more control over. It could be, borderline marketing. It can be some expression or message element, let's call it that, or historical graphics. There's lots of opportunities here. What we're trying to just do is identify an opportunity that we see that we would like, the commission to consider. That this is something that we think will improve, original goals, which were, the placemaking, safety, the identity of the garages. Here, we're trying to use these murals on the top to just reinforce those iconic elements that we find in the parking garage.
In addition, the BSD, Birmingham Shopping District, did bring to our attention a program with the DIA. That is another potential way of bringing murals and maybe something that would be more cost-effective to the city, that a program that we could consider. They just made us aware of it, so we have to do some research on it, but it is, I would say, we have three different options. We have the local public arts board, we have BCT doing some recommendations, and we have this DIA option. So I think, again, you're just making the recommendations. These are what you're recommending we proceed with murals as far as locations. What we do with them, obviously, that's what we're looking to decide. We'd have to decide one of those three avenues to go, but he seems pretty confident on the location.
Yeah, that's right. We consider schematic design. I think the interpretation last time, or the question was, how many murals do we have? How big are they? And so we tried to identify that through this updated documents. I don't think there's anything else in the painting plans. So again, we modified these drawings you've seen before here, the renderings, to remove the brick. We still have the messaging graphics at the top. That's one thing that is different from the Corbin design that we challenged on. A few of those were just sign replacements at the key points. We thought there was an opportunity to replace those with some super graphics because they're really kind of trying to help sell that message of identity and graphics. But the vast majority of the signage would stay as it was. Most of the signage plans were simply replacing what you had out there, so we saw a few opportunities to embellish and help improve the wayfinding in those locations. Nothing really changed here on the entrance. We just kind of reiterate the view. We do have the Corbin signage there for the number of spaces that are available. We've certainly added signage called Chester Street Garage there to help welcome and identify where you drive into the parking garage. And then this one, we talked about the upstairs murals, but then we're also the signage bands. Again, we still like the idea of using these banners to help differentiate the garage, but again, they can be art, they could be message, they could be other opportunities. We have some initial cost from Corbin to do those things, but our sell here is really, can we make it a little more permanent than the free parking structures banner that went on top of it? Could it be something that feels like it's part of the place?
Yeah, I think the last time we were here, there's some discussion is could we incorporate these onto the west side of the building where they could be seen off of Maple / Southfield Avenue. It was Corbin's perspective that no, you could not do that. I mean, you could not do that with these right here because of the tiered level that the garage is. The banner would not be big enough. And I guess what is being proposed here is more of an aluminum frame sign around and then a very tight mesh product that they would their recommendation is if we're looking to use these banners that you see right here as messaging like farmers market, day on the town, things like that, the cost would not be effective for that. They're way too expensive for that type of messaging. If we wanted to keep it a cheaper product, that would be fine. But for something that would be pulled very tight and more permanent structure, even if you left out the dates and just said farmers market, May through October, it was not their recommendation that this type of application be used for that. They did give us some preliminary signs, and basically what it would be was $75,000 to build these three. So it was about $25,000 per sign, but again, that is an aluminum frame with lights shining down on it. It's more of considered a permanent structure. You could obviously do something that's cheaper, more of a tarp, but that was not the intent with this. This was more of a permanent structure to break up the facade. So, they did break that down. Corbin was willing to design the artwork for these as an additional $5,000 fee. But, that again is open for our interpretation, but it was not their recommendation to use this for messaging for the city.
Yeah, Yeah, I think that includes it. We did obviously make a few lighting changes where we removed the murals. There's a few less linear fixtures. We were able to, for the bulk of them, just kind of remove the elements that followed the painting elements that we changed. But weren't any significant changes to the lighting.
And then in regards to lighting, in the original packet, there was a lot of fixtures shown. So the original, what was included in the package with RAM when we originally bid this, and that lighting was pulled out. The original proposal was for, it was actually for $835,000 is what the lighting would cost. To add on the lighting that Darko is proposing with lighting up the accent lighting, everything that we've seen has kind of been proposed by BCT was $434,000. And then when you add in the cost of the labor and the installation, this is just a budgeted number. This isn't exact pricing because we can't get pricing for installation and labor unless we go out to bid. But as a placeholder to give you an idea of what the lighting would cost, it'd be about anywhere from $1.2 to $1.6 million to remove the existing lighting and replace with LED lights, and that includes that's 100% the entire garage, correct, Darko? So that's all stairwells, that's all accent lighting, including the banners, including the cool graphics that you see, including the murals. It's 100%. And again, that is a budgeted number because again, you won't get. He's given us a cost of the exact fixtures, but he can't tell us what it's going to be when you go out to bid for labor and installation. But we kind of used what we learned from the RAM quote.
Yep. Does that you conclude?
Yes.
Both of you? Yes, questions from the commission.
So 3 areas of inquiry, murals. First, for you, how many murals? And can you show us exactly where they are? And so we've reduced the number. I'm just looking for a whole number. Well,
There's
8 of them?
4 interior locations.
Okay.
Both in the lower level. And then you have the 4 locations. Yeah, 4 locations.
1, 2 down here on the very basement. There's 2 basement levels.
So there are not murals on every level?
That's correct. There's very little walls on
So
the other.
only on the basement, the second?
2 lower levels, yeah, they go.
And
Level
then,
one
and then
level
the,
two.
Are they on both lower levels?
Yeah.
Okay, so they're on each lower level, and they face, where do you have to be standing to see that?
Yes. So here's the basement view, and then we try to.
Well, stick with 1, if you don't mind. Oh, that's,
Yeah, this is the one, this is the very, very basement, lower level one. This is the bottom you can get. So obviously you can see, this is the elevator right here, and this is the mural right here.
so you can see it from
Yeah.
a substantial portion. I was concerned at one of those diagrams, not the picture, where the murals seem to be only visible from, like, if you, can you go back to one
Yeah,
of those?
most of them are only about 5 feet wide. That picture does have that full wall because it's really weird.
Like the one up,
Yes.
that's visible from out from.
Correct. This is the parking surface right here. This is parking, you can see it right here.
Oh.
We didn't go farther there because it was honestly cars.
So that circle, what is that circle
Circles
below?
on
the roof
On the
painting,
ceiling.
Yeah.
ceiling painting.
Okay,
So right here.
Highlight the entrance.
okay.
So let's see. You see where that number 2 is there at the
Yeah.
top image? It's kind of like in the white space. That would be where the mural is.
Okay,
Those other
okay.
below.
So it's visible to people. It's not just at
absolutely-
the end of a corridor.
You're standing there waiting there for your
Okay.
door.
So now there's 8 murals, and we have to, I believe, decide what we want. That's something we have to discuss.
Shouldn't we let the Public Arts Board decide?
Well,
That's one of the options.
that's one option. That is one option. And, yeah, I sure want to hear what they have to say. I don't know what, other than, hey, we can do something, what more can you tell us about what you would do?
Well, I think in either case, the next step is to figure out what the design needs to be. We just really wanted to say, here's an opportunity, I think what you pushed us to do, which was, how do we improve the look of the garages? Well, here's an opportunity, we can add this graphic.
All right. So maybe it is the Public Arts Board who, right now, I think that their mindset is, we go out, find artists who will, want to do these beautiful sculptures and stuff like that. They might, is it within their deliberation to consider, well, maybe we do historical murals, or maybe we do, I don't know. Are they going to brainstorm about it?
We could direct them to work with the Birmingham Museum to identify historical photographs that could be reproduced. I don't think any, personally, of us are interested in having them do a bunch of one-off artist competitions where we have willy-nilly murals that don't relate to each other and don't relate to the colors in the deck. I personally am looking for a more coordinated presentation. I think historical Birmingham pictures is certainly one idea. I've seen decks where they use like pop messaging that gets old kind of fast. But we could say, we would like you to work with the Birmingham Museum to identify maybe a theme for each deck, and then to look at historical photographs that we could reproduce as the murals, which would probably be more cost-effective than paying, individual artists to just, like, I want flowers over here, and I got a seascape over there, and, that could end up more chaotic than I think we want. But
Well, I wouldn't make that judgment until I knew what somebody's idea was. So are we tasking the Public Arts Board with brainstorming this and coming up with some options that go beyond just historical photos or pop art posters? Is that something we're asking them to do or have asked them to do?
Specifically?
Yes.
No, not yet.
Okay, so my suggestion would be that we ask them to do that and to brainstorm it and to think of all 5 decks and think in terms of maybe eight of these per deck. They don't all have to, whatever. I'm not, it's not
But we're
my
not
job.
charging them with deciding or selecting anything at this point.
No, come back to us with what you've brainstormed, what sort of ideas. 1 or 2 meetings of them, of their meetings should.
And you would like a consistent message, so it's a.
Not
it's a
necessarily,
plan
not in my
between
mind.
all.
I don't want to, I don't think that if you do history in this deck, you got to do history in every other deck.
Right.
That's, no, I mean, to me, that's boring. I don't want to impose anything on them. I just want to say, we've got, let's say, 8 murals in each deck. Whether you call it a mural or just a canvas on which paint or other media can be applied, what are your thoughts? And let's see what they say. So that's one thing.
Can I add one just on top of that?
murals?
Yeah. We can also do it where and again, the Arts Board would make this recommendation, but we could have artists that compete and submit, right? And the artist has the ability to do it for free, and their artwork is there for a period of time or what have you, rather than us paying for murals or what have you. So that's an option as well, among many others. So, sorry, go ahead.
No, I would encourage them to think in all this. The second thing is the banners. I really like them, but again, and I get that they're not messaging. But again, what do we put there? And is that also something we ask the Public Arts Board to weigh in on? And maybe there's some connection between what's in there, what's inside, and what's outside. But it's nice to look at this and talk about it, but we got to do something, right?
We'd like to, yes.
Yeah, okay. So we got to, I hope that we can figure out a way to do that. And if the Public Arts Board is the way to go, we're giving them a lot of work. And, but I think they're the ones.
I think they'd like that.
Yeah. The third thing is messaging. And I understand the issue with the west side and that it's tiered. We do put a banner up there, and the type is way too small. You can't read it. Right? We do have a need for messaging, and our former city manager suggested that the way to do it is not to put the banner across Main Street like a lot of towns do, but try to use the decks. So, are you telling us that there is no way to do any messaging on that west side of deck that faces super high traffic Maple?
I would say there's definitely certainly a way to do it. I don't know if it will be quite as effective. You do have a lot of tree canopy over there. You have a lot of landscaping. The deck's pretty hard to kind of see from when you're coming up that road and street, up Maple, right? Yep. And I don't know if you see it coming westbound necessarily at all, right? So, yeah, I mean, we certainly could add it. We could look at studying it,
But to your
didn't
point,
seem
there
like it
are
was
other
very
garages that have more visibility, so
I was gonna
like
bring that
Peabody, which is very visible.
Right.
From where?
Well, think about Brown coming off of Woodward, you're traveling westbound on Brown, and you get to Peabody Street, I mean, it's basically a walking billboard if you wanted.
So facing Brown, the
Facing
portion
Brown.
of Peabody that faces the gym on the other side?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
So you haven't yet looked at all the decks for that sort of opportunity, is that?
briefly, not quite this level of detail. We will be doing that as we go. Yeah.
Okay. And if you say it's not possible, or it doesn't work, or we don't have any good ideas, then we can at least go back to her and say, Marcus was wrong. We can't use the decks,
But
right?
This might be a good opportunity, because you've talked to me about the fact that we could expand upon like our messaging of, we don't really, outside of the light pole banners, we don't really advertise 2-hour free parking.
Right.
That was one of the options you brought up, that while this messaging that we talked about, Corbin said, hey, this isn't really intended to be short-term messaging and to be expensive, you think we're underserving our 2-hour free parking, and that's something, unless we want to change in the near future, could be more permanent, because if we're not going to change it, then that could be a more permanent fixture, that if we're going to upgrade these banners, say every 3 years because they'll fade or something, just we want to rebrand it, that might be something we could consider, that we have that message on there, because that's not going to be so interchangeable.
I would also suggest that, this is an opportunity that maybe an ad person, if we had, which we don't, other than maybe walkability, if we had some overriding message or theme or something about Birmingham that we wanted to highlight in this stuff, if we were the ice skating capital of Michigan, or we were located on Lake Michigan. You know what I'm saying? But I don't, somebody would have to work with that to come up with some creative theme or themes that we could use that say something about Birmingham. Am I making sense? You could say something, you could be very creative with the 2 hours free.
Absolutely.
You could use the number 2.
Yeah.
A lot of ways.
Part of the art.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So anyway, those are my comments.
Commissioner Haig.
So you actually brought up some interesting points with the discussion of the murals. So I'm going to say this as a self-confessed art Philistine, and I'm the wrong person to make real deep observations on art, and I know that. So when I look at things like point number 2 on the diagram, where we were talking about having something to put up there, I'll say this as an art Philistine. That looks like random blobs of color. It means nothing to me. It says nothing. And for $5,000 as the proposal to put something up there is random blobs of color that mean nothing, say nothing. So if we were going to do something like that as a permanent installation on those, it needs to have a message, and it needs to have a strong message that is Birmingham-centric. To the point about the murals in the various different locations, my first thought was maybe along the lines of what was discussed of an artist competition, but then the mayor makes the point about it can get very random, so it would have to be a very constrained set of parameters per deck to say there's a theme in this deck, there's a theme in that deck. And to me, I don't think they should be a one and done, because they date, they get boring. If we're going to do an art, make it a display that is a form of rotating display. Maybe it's up for a year at a time or 2 years at a time, but then there have to be parameters, and that's where I think that the suggestion of the Public Arts Board is the ideal location to go. But give them constraints.
right.
Give them guide rails to work within for each one. And I like your idea of maybe one of them, it's historical Birmingham, and that's a theme for that particular deck. And then for next deck, we can look for something slightly different. So these are the guidance that we're looking for. Give us parameters. I don't have any way of really saying from my perspective, hey, this art is great, that art is great, because as I said, I'll repeat it over and over. I'm an art Philistine. I don't get it. It's half the time it's blobs of color.
Right. I mean, the Public Arts Board likes avant-garde creativity. You remember, we have a electrical box that looks like popcorn, and then they wanted to do one that was what do we call it, terminal destination. They wanted it to be a crayon box, and the commission was like, no, that is not the message. But they thought it was cute and pop, and it, and so I think that we have to have a strong message to them, or we're not going to. I don't want to be in a position of rejecting what they do because we didn't give adequate direction, and maybe they should do a study of murals in parking decks and look at what has been successful, because otherwise I think it could just go.
It could go completely the wrong direction.
Right, and you don't want them to go out and have a competition and solicit stuff and then bring it to us and have us say, that's not what we had in mind. I mean, so I want to set them up for success in the way that we want it.
And I think we really do need to use them.
we just want ideas, we don't want recommendations. I think if you just
start with ideas.
Huh?
Start with ideas,
Right.
and then use
So
them.
bring us ideas, don't bring us recommendations. I wouldn't constrain them too much. I think when you start.
I think we should.
If this is art.
But it's not, higher level art. It is
You've got to
a
look at it.
visual accent.
Yeah,
right?
it's
that
a
has to
theme,
have
it's
a
an identity.
I'm not.
But you've also got to
I'm
look at
not
it and
gonna say
tailor
that.
it for the everyman art.
And it also
not
has
for
to-
artists for artists.
And it has-
You are a Philistine, you've already admitted.
Yeah, I know.
But
Okay?
it also has to be durable, and it has to last, and
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 not
it has
date, etc. I mean, you want it's got to be art that people will appreciate. And as a self-confessed Philistine, you show me something, say, this is the latest fancy modern art. I'll look at it and say,
well, you
something
just
that
said
won't
that's
be.
meaningless. blobs
Yeah,
of
it's
color,
meaningless
so-
blobs of color to me.
Right. So, but we are.
And I represent an entire demographic.
Yep, the Philistines.
Oh,
Yep.
All right, gentlemen. Any other comment before we ask for the motion? Commissioner Host.
If we have to do a directive, the historical thing that Mayor Long brought up for this deck is perfect, since everything's across the street. However, if we don't want to do that, it's fine with me.
All right. So, any other comment from the commission?
Oh, yeah, one more comment. I loved it when Brian said, well, we've dialed it back, on the murals, and I appreciate that. Namely, let's try to do some stuff. Let's not go berserk like a lot of cities have already done.
We're too cost conscious for that. All right.
I'm amazed he's saying that as his spouse is an artist.
Would a commissioner like to make the suggested motion?
I'll make the motion. Make a motion adopting a resolution to approve BCT Design Group's final schematic designs for the Chester Garage and to proceed with schematic designs for the remaining 4 garages with the inclusion of the City Commission's feedback and direction.
Second.
All right. We have a motion, a second. Any comment on the motion?
Yes. I think it's a mistake not to put more of the responsibility for this henceforth, on the APC. They need to be considered valued, and as such, I would like us to consider having them be our emissaries.
They are getting these before you get them. Obviously, the conversation about the murals was a little bit more specific because we knew there was some specific feedback from the commission about the murals and the number of them. But all the schematic design, the design concepts and the schematic designs are all presented to the APC before they come to you.
And what was their comment?
Yeah.
Because we get that in some of the others, but there's nothing here about their comment or their feedback.
So we presented their comments back in May when we were here, when we presented the first iteration of their schematic designs. Most of their comments surrounded the awnings that were over the entrances and wanting to make sure that they were not leaking. So when it rained, that they were not like overflowing with water over the edges. That was they were more worried about the water filtration. Trying to think of what else.
Mostly maintenance. You were concerned about maintenance costs.
Yeah, maintenance, there was concerns about because BCT's original concept, so they were painting the brick walls around the elevator lobbies. There was concern that the maintenance items, if you painted brick, then you're going to have to paint brick pretty regularly to keep it looking nice.
So they had an APC orientation as to be expected. Okay, so I would ask for public comment on the motion, but there's no public in the room, and there's anyone, I don't see really any public online either, though if anyone is, they can use the raise their hand function. But this can just be a affirmative vote since there's no spending involved, correct? So we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much for your work. All right, we have item C.
Do you feel, Jana, do you feel like you have sufficient direction to get the Public Arts Board moving on this?
Yes, we can do that.
Resolution to approve a change order to the 2024 concrete sidewalk repair program to include 2025 repairs. Ms. Coda.
Good evening, City Commission. So to bring forward to you tonight for your approval is to approve a change order for the existing 2024 concrete sidewalk repair program to add the 2025 concrete and sidewalk repair program for not to exceed amount of $930,622.10. So our current contractor is Italia that did the work for the 2024 program. They have agreed to hold all their unit pricing for the 2025 work. And the 2025 work scheduled is sidewalk repairs in residential area 8, which is in the northeast corner of the city, located between Maple, the north city limits, Coolidge Highway, and Adams Road. Downtown area 1C, which is south of Maple and east of Pierce Street to Woodward Avenue. To do concrete repairs or installations at a couple of the parks, including Shane Park, Lincoln Well Park, Crestview Park. Be able to do some repairs at the south entrance of Pierce Parking Street entrance. Do install some concrete curbs, a concrete pad for a bench, and removal and replacement of some existing, what I would call a retaining wall that is needs replacement at the intersection of Maple and North Eaton. The existing retaining wall is on the north part of North Eaton on the easterly side in front of those condo units. And then also included in here is scattered sidewalk, alley, and concrete patches through the city that have been noticed to engineering permit that needs removal and replacement. And then also in this is a local street patching on Donmar Court, Hamilton Avenue, Smith Avenue, and Commerce Street. And then for the major street, concrete patching would be on Bates Street, Lincoln Road, Maple Road, Merrill Street, and Pierce Street. And I'm available to answer any questions.
Mr. Host?
Does this include the wall in Little San Francisco, the little wall? Maybe the city manager can better answer that.
I can answer. It does not. That will be part of the 25-26 asphalt resurfacing program, since the current roads there are asphalt. So we'll include that with that program.
So you're saying it will happen next year then?
That one will probably bridge 2 years of 2025 and 2026 type of a deal.
Okay.
Commissioner Muller.
So roughly half of this, maybe even more, is repair of concrete streets. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just, do we do that every year?
Since I've been here the past 3 years, we've not done this program. This is the first part as part of our concrete repair program that we're including some money for local and major streets.
Okay. And so, just real briefly, you're not ripping up the whole street and redoing it. On concrete, you have to like carve it out, kind of,
Yeah, so
slot
it's
out?
similar to what, the repairs would be slightly similar in a fashion of construction that's currently on Maple Road between Eaton and Coolidge Highway. So certain panels will get removed and replaced. Depending on if the panels are pretty good, we might just do a joint repair, but that we would be looking at on the local and major streets. An example, just because I've driven this a few times, would be Lincoln, just past Arlington. If you're going westbound, there's 2 slabs that have heaved and cracked slightly. That would be part of the patch replacement that would occur with this program.
Is there a list of the streets in here?
Oh, there are pages and pages and pages.
I don't want to. I want to.
The third paragraph on the cover sheet and the memo mentions the local streets and the major streets that are being, we're doing patching.
And there's a photograph of each location.
No, I just want.
300 pages of stuff in there.
I don't want to look at 300 pages. You said that, I'm sorry.
The
There's a
third
lot.
page of, the third paragraph of the first page of the memo has a summary of which streets. And if you go further in the packet, we'll have kind of the limits
Right here.
of the streets.
This is what she's saying, the third paragraph.
Which you pretty much read most of them, didn't you?
Right. I heard you reading them. They were going by quickly.
Local street patching on Donmar, Hamilton, Smith, Commerce, major street patching on Bates, Lincoln, Maple, Merrill, Pierce, scattered sidewalk and alley.
Boy, there's streets here I don't even know. What?
Right.
Where is Hamilton?
Adams Road to
Where's
Coolidge.
Hamilton Avenue? Does anybody know that real quick? Anybody?
Yeah.
Hamilton?
Yeah.
I've never heard of Donmar Court either.
Where is, I know that one.
Hamilton is the road where the Hunter House is.
Oh,
And Dunbar Court is north off of Lincoln, between
By the Lincoln Well site.
Southfield and
Right by the Lincoln Well Park.
I never heard it called an avenue. Maybe that's why.
Which is not the word.
So, this is the engineering, this is the money side of the thing, and we talk about communication, right? It's like, this is cool, right? If you live on one of these streets, or you have a business on one of these streets, and you're wondering when the hell are they going to fix the thing, and here it is, right here. But, like, are we telling them? Maybe at some point, hey, we're going to be working on your street.
Well, you notify everybody before every work goes out anyway, don't you? Do door
No,
hangers
this
or
is
something?
not, this is, do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah, this should be part of a plan that we were spending, how much? $1 million?
Just under.
Yeah. Okay, anyway. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Ms. Cota? Motion?
I'll move the suggested resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comment from the commission? We appreciate the 300 pages of photographs and types of concrete that will be used. A roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Schaefer?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Mayor Moore?
Yes. All right, new business D, commission discussions from a prior meeting, Landscapers Code of Conduct. We have a memo from Scott Zelinski recommending against. Commissioner Haig, this was your suggestion, I believe. Any discussion you would like to have?
I thought it was my suggestion.
I thought it was his Landscapers Code of
I think
Conduct.
we both had various comments about it, so in between us.
Go ahead.
I mean, the only observations I have here are, I understand the reasons that were given back as to the enforcement side of it, but then it just drives me to think of some other things that have been decided that the commission wants to do, and I just have the same question of, okay, how are you going to enforce them? You're relying on everybody ratting everybody else out because it's the only way you'll enforce it. So, it is what it is. There are certain pieces of it that really, it would benefit us, like the way landscapers just blow stuff out into the streets that then go down the storm drains and start clogging them up. That'd be helpful if they didn't do that. I know for bike riders, they really hate it when people blow grass out onto the bike lanes because now it's like driving on ice. It's miserable to ride a bike over those. It's just dangerous. So that's where it sort of came from. And then also I was thinking about some of the points that Commissioner Ballas had about entire crews working simultaneously, and it's just very loud. It was just trying to come up with something. And if we can't enforce it, we can't enforce it, and we won't be able to enforce some of the other things that we've talked about either.
Question. So, like the builder's code of conduct gets posted on a building site.
But builders are also licensed
Right.
through the city.
Right.
So we know who they all are and who's operating, and they pull a permit for the work that they're doing. So when we go to post something, like if there's a site, we know who the builder is that's working on it. There's so many landscape crews that
Right.
just
So
come
my
by.
question would be, how do you promulgate this? That's one, and you don't have to answer right now. My comment and my opinion is there are a few things that we could do and put into law, and then if somebody complains, like we have a law, there were guys out, literally 3 chainsaws the other night, cutting down trees where Susan Peabody used to live, at the corner of Brandon and giant tree, and they're hacking, and 7:05. I'm like, okay, guys, time to stop. And I went over, and I just went like this, and they stopped.
7:05 PM?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you can call dispatch and we'll
I
send
could call
somebody over.
dispatch, and they would send somebody over. So look, if we had a law that you could not have 3 or 4 pieces of power equipment, 3 blowers and a trimmer all going at once, then you would call and say, hey, could you come over and ask these clowns to quiet it down? Or if you had a law that said you can't blow grass into the street, or, you got to clean it up, and somebody does it and somebody complains. So as far as code of conduct, as we think of a code, like a builder's code of conduct, I don't know. But I think there's some ordinances we could do that would eliminate some of the annoyances.
To me, it was to eliminate it, to rephrase it, it was quality of life. It was a quality of life aspect for residents and business owners. And that's all it really was, is how can we try and tweak little bits here and there.
But like the thing you gave us was really long.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
so many things.
Of course it was.
So I'll tell you, my concerns are noise and debris. Oh, they blow slush. I don't know if that's a landscaper's thing, but it could include also snow plowing and stuff like that.
Snow plowing, we've got ordinances on, haven't we?
I don't know.
About pushing it across the street
When one
into
guy
neighboring
pushes the snow across the street into the
Against the
neighbors.
ordinance, you're not allowed to do that.
Okay, well, we already have. Good. Let's just enforce it when necessary.
So would it be possible to have someone like Mr. Dupuy or Mr. Zielinski write in one of your fabulous educational articles for the news to say, please remind your landscapers that they should not, be aggressive with noise, that these are the hours of operation, and because blowing debris, actually blowing grass out into the street and into the storm drains is an environmental issue. So, I mean, I think we can do some education, for sure. I think we can do some, advertising of what we would like to see in people. I think the enforcement part becomes an issue. I mean, I'm sure there's homeowners that blow junk into the street, so we need to remind everybody not to do that. Or they blow it onto the sidewalks in my neighborhood and then don't sweep it up. So,
I would like a law that restricts the number of pieces of power equipment that can be used simultaneously.
I believe that they're working on the noise ordinance, are they not?
I don't think they're working on the
we have a noise ordinance
They're working
that
on,
defines
they're
it by
working on
decibels.
something to
The gas versus electric.
go from gas to electric. I do recall, though, that we were going to possibly work on the noise ordinance because Chief Clements stood before us and told us that when they passed it, he told them this is like you're passing a jet engine, something like that. And so correct me if I'm wrong.
No, he said that. He did.
Didn't at that meeting, we give some direction to look at the noise ordinance?
Well,
I don't remember if we did that, but I'd be really careful about trying to ride a dying horse. Look at the current state of the EV industry.
To
You want
answer
to go
your
electric?
question,
Look at what's going on.
to answer your question, it was create a stricter noise ordinance to prevent certain kinds of construction equipment from being used in the city.
Got the city,
No, within the city.
within the city.
That was
By
what?
city contractor.
That was the
By anybody.
noise ordinance.
Like what we
You start
said
doing that,
Correct.
it costs a lot
Yes.
now.
But that hasn't.
You wait till you
It
get
has
told you
not
to bring an
happened.
electric front loader.
That's a
What's
good
that?
point for
That's
everybody,
pending.
because if you can only use one
That's
at a time,
pending.
then you're going to.
Oh,
It hasn't occurred.
Gentlemen,
Okay.
city manager and can't hear, and that's an issue. All right, any other discussion on the landscaper code of conduct? Commissioner Host.
I think we need to do something. The enforcement, of course, will be a problem, but we ought to get the word out and have some form of regulations. Our landlords voluntarily sign, the document that we made up. And I think to some extent we ought to do something with the landscapers. It was nice to have the slush mentioned because certainly the snowplow people, chances are most of them are the landscapers.
They are.
So it ought to go hand in hand year round.
So what step are we on? Is this step 1, step 2, step 3?
2.
2. Yeah, I mean, I agree with the landlord's code of conduct but again, those are physical immovable objects, the owners of which are known to us and who have to get licenses, like the builders. If you hire the kid down the street to mow your lawn after school, I don't know how you regulate, what a 15-year-old does with a push mower.
And I think we shouldn't be trying to be draconian like that, because that was where it was going. I mean, Commissioner Ballard said, yeah, I produced something that was arm's length. There's a reason for that. You think I'm going to ask for the minimum first and get negotiated down from the minimum? I'm going to ask for the maximum so you can build what you want from that. I don't want to go after the 15-year-old kid down the street. I don't want to go after the one-man band and say, oh, yeah, this is punitive. It's really, to the phrase that was used, it's education and community respect.
But there's a difference between a code of conduct and laws and ordinances and regulations that says you are not allowed to. And so.
All right, I'm going to make a motion. It's not the only motion that, feel free to make any other motions. I'm going to move that we instruct the city attorney or city manager to come back to us with an ordinance that says you can't use something like this. You can't use more than 2 pieces of gas-powered lawn equipment on a single property simultaneously.
Are you thinking limiting it in the residential district? Because, for instance, the
I'm
DPS
asking
goes
you
out to
come
a
back.
park.
You come back to us. We're trying to keep it simple. We're on step 2. We're not on step 3. You come back to us. We're supposed to tell you what we want to talk about. That's what I want to talk about.
So-
And maybe you decide it should be 3. Only on residential. I don't know. Whatever.
Related
I
to-
know when they're out there with 4 of them, they drive me freaking nuts.
But this
okay?
is related to
And they-
landscaping, right?
Yes.
Because otherwise you're regulating people building a house.
Well, if there's a guy
Powers us.
no, it's gas-powered lawn equipment. That's what I would define it as. Or, and I would include things like chainsaws. They had 3 chainsaws going the other night for like hours.
May I?
Well, if there's storm damage, the city might be guilty of that, trying to take down a tree that got hit by lightning.
Yeah. So we just got through talking about impervial surfaces and about making ordinances that are clear and not subject to interpretation, and along with that is enforceable. So while I'm fine to discuss this, you want to make an ordinance that is subject to interpretation and unenforceable, This is one of them.
How is that unenforceable? Or open to interpretation? If the way it's enforced is by complaint.
Okay, well, you're.
So you complain about somebody in the neighborhood disrupting the peace of the neighborhood. You think they're working with 4 gas-powered lawn equipment things. And so you call the cops, they send somebody over, and they see them, and they say, you're not allowed to do that. Stop it. The limit's 2.
So how do you define the limit to be 2 pieces of equipment? Because the noise ordinance is written on a decibel level that is measured.
This isn't a noise
certain
ordinance.
distance. You just made it noise. You just talked about noise.
We're going way beyond.
Exactly. This is
my
far
motion
out of
is that
scope.
they look into it, that they come back to us with something that's reasonable and legal and enforceable. Whether it's a noise issue or a number of pieces of equipment or whatever. I don't know. That's my motion. I just want to keep it simple. If you guys want to shoot it down, fine. I think I heard him second it.
It's a second.
Repeat your motion.
You know, this is a step in the right direction.
He wants me to
And it
repeat.
is enforceable.
The motion is to have city staff come back to us with some proposals for an ordinance that would limit the number of gas-powered pieces of lawn equipment to include chainsaws that can be used simultaneously on a single residential property.
Then this is the wrong place to make that motion because it's unrelated to the item that's under discussion. You need to introduce that as new business.
Commissioner Haig is actually correct, because this has nothing to do with the
Yeah,
landscape.
it's like saying, I want this orange, get
Fine,
off the banana
fine.
tree.
Can you hold your second until we get to the new set of business?
Okay,
Go to stage 3.
anything else on the landscaper's code of conduct? And there would be a motion needed to move it to a full agenda item. I'm not sure what there is to take to a full agenda item, but
I'd like to make a motion to move it to a full agenda item.
I'll second it because I was in that.
all right, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Against? All right.
Sorry.
Removed from consent agenda, we have none.
It is.
Communications,
Wait, do we have stuff to talk about in the future? It's not on the agenda.
That might have accidentally been omitted, but you could.
oh, yes. So commission, you're right, it's not on there. Commission items for future discussion. Commissioner Muller.
What I said.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Hey, we're on a roll.
Opposed?
Oh, God. Okay. I have another thing.
Okay.
I don't know if this fits in this agenda item, but we discussed this. The night that you asked us about public-private partnerships, there was quite a bit of discussion. You guys seem to want to narrow that and limit it to, are you interested in public-private partnerships? Meanwhile, we were like, oh, yeah, and I think several of us were, I reviewed the tape, and we were referring to a shark, somebody who knew what they were doing, a consultant, like that would be the logical next step to hire one, but you were like, oh, well, we're not asking that, we're only asking this. And I don't know, I sort of got the impression that maybe we were giving you direction, maybe not. I don't think you took direction, so I think we ought to give some, I think that's the next step. There's no sense in delaying that. If there's some reason that you can tell us why we ought not move on to that step, by all means, but I think we ought to give you direction to go ahead and, look into that, determine how, whether it's an RFP, whatever, to hire the shark.
I can't think of any reason not to, other than it's not in the budget for this year, so there'd be a budget amendment required of some sort, because we didn't plan on that, but we could certainly look into it.
I would personally, I would support a budget amendment.
All right, so that's, is that a motion?
Well, I don't know. I mean.
Well, this is phase one, right? So to put it up?
Is this a phase one? Phase
Yep.
one was the day we were talking about it, I would say. This is phase two, okay? So phase two would be, do we want them to come back to us with some proposal for hiring a shark?
An owner's representative.
Second.
Or whatever you wanted to call it. An owner's rep, I think we called it.
And this is for public-private partnerships on any city-owned property.
Yeah, but I think once we've got them on, we tell them what we're thinking, we tell them, we had this conversation,
We did.
right?
And this, to be clear, this is separate from the owner's rep that we have in Kramer Management for
Absolutely.
400 East Lincoln.
Absolutely.
That's specific to that property only.
Absolutely. So we have a motion and a second. I'm sorry.
Right, so to move it to a full agenda item, right? If this is, are we agreeing that this is stage 2? Do we believe that test has been met?
I would leave it up to the city manager to decide whether it's an agenda item or.
I think it is stage 2, so we're asking for stage 3.
Are we in agreement?
We have talked about it once.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right,
Well, batting 500.
okay, so now, anything else? Removed from consent agenda, communications, commissioner reports, a notice of intention.
Commissioner report.
I was just going to read the two that are there and then ask for the rest.
Okay.
Notice of intention to appoint to the Design Review Board, notice of intention to appoint to the Historic District Commission, other commissioner reports.
You know, speaking of public-private partnerships, that's what the Patricia Andrews Reading Library Foundation is all about. It sits at Fairfax and Maple, and we're having our grand celebration of it Sunday, August 31st at 11 o'clock, and I hope you'll all come. And we hope it's a media event, and bring your checkbooks.
Sunday, August
31st.
at 11 a.m.?
Yes.
All right, any other commissioner reports? Commissioner comment?
I just have one. The last thing on the agenda for the markings for Oakland Avenue. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. One thing, and it's really hard to read this, and I'm going blind apparently.
It was hard for me to read
Okay,
it.
good.
I understand.
When you're going, I know they're going to put these signs up, which is great. But when you are going and you hit that curve where you have the right lane to go right, and then you have the two other lanes that carry on. Currently, right now, the words "only" are what you encounter when that curve starts. Nothing else. And it's like, only what, right?
Only.
And then when you get another, like, say, 5 car lengths down, you're actually at the intersection, there's arrows. Just put 2 more arrows. Right there. Just
Put some arrows
yeah,
there.
I'll go paint it if you give me the stencils.
I went on Google Maps. I was going to write an email saying I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah.
And I went on Google Maps, satellite view, looking all over Birmingham and Troy. It's all over the place.
Which just says only.
It says only, and then way up, there's an arrow.
Yeah.
Like on Adams and Lincoln.
Yeah.
It's there.
Yeah. Well, on that particular one,
It doesn't work.
it doesn't work because you're already committed in the lane by the time you get to the arrow that tells you what the only meant.
It's too late.
It's probably because there's some road manual that says you got to write it.
And maybe there is.
Everybody
Exactly.
actually reads it the
It's
other
the
way.
road manual.
Yeah, maybe it is or whatever, but I know that, but I can tell from there they're going to put signs up around that spot, which is going to be perfect. It's not going to solve 100% of the problems, but it'll solve a lot of them, I think. Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
That's it.
All right. Advisory boards, committees, commission reports, agendas, legislation, city staff, and there was a report on the Oakland and Haynes project marking, which I believe we have just covered.
Yep.
So if that is all of our business for this evening, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second? Second. All in favor?
All right.
We are adjourned. Thank you.